Так, состояние нормальное. Состояние заебись, работает. Так, транса работает нормально, заебись. Бля, до матча еще целый час. Ну я пока поиграю в Радмир тогда. Так. Прогноз на победу. Текста. А, где наши героики, блядь? Героик. Так, героики, блядь. Так. Героик. Вот. Героики. Так, 2-0. Что у нас тут? На 2-0. Где у нас Винлайф? Так. Так. Киберспорт, ебал тебя в рот. Киберспорт. Фалконца нахуй. Найны, блядь. О. Ебать. Блядь, на точный счет даже страшно заходить. 1.40 нахуй. Пизда. 1.40 на 2-0. Нахуй. Да хуй Ега не выиграет, блядь. У них там замены еще ебаные. Если датчане ебаться в очко не будут, то я хуй знает, что там. Какие шансы на выигрыш, блядь. Так, букмекерская контора. Так, все закрыли. Тут вроде бы везде уведомления прислали. Музыка. Обзор нахуй. Ой, блядь. Музыка для авторских. Ой, без авторских прав. Давай, чил. На чиле врубим что-нибудь на фоне. Похуй. Поебать, на чиле врубим что-нибудь. Кстати, надо сделать кое-что. Изменить. Добавить. Публиковать. Телеграм закрыть нахуй. Это в принципе тоже. Так, это Виталий. Виталий. Они у меня, кстати, сохранены, нет? Да, Astralis, Виталий сохранены. Закрываем. Закрыто тут, да, тут все закрыто. Охуенно. Пока на Радмирчик залечу, посмотрю, как там делишки. Пока в Радмир покатаю, если кто в чате есть, hello. Честно, меня забанят, нет? Бля, ну крашнул опять хуета ебаная. Ща. Пизда противная залупа крашит, блядь. Интересно, у меня захватит экран? Нет? Радмира, блядь. Это вы ебановые. Давай, крашнул, давай. Скрывай экран, ёлы-палы. Блядь, столько лет этой игре, блядь, а она крашит нахуй. Запустит меня сейчас, нет? Ну дай зайти, ёб твою за ногу. Ура, блядь. Я зашел нахуй. Почему, блядь, я жму на кнопку, нахуй, у меня... О, только-только, блядь, открылось. Какого хуя? Теперь давай, Радмир, открывай. Бля, надеюсь, не крашнет, блядь, умоляю. Заебало крашить. Косарь на сервере нет, бля, я могу зайти, нет? Ура, бля, начать играть. Спасибо. Спасибо, начать играть. Спасибо. Спасибо. Один хуй на матче еще целый час. Че там, блядь, почилим, нахуй. Ой, блядь, я не пойму, у меня на русском стоит, что ли, нет? Наверное, капс может быть, нахуй. Чату привет, ребят, здорово всем. Там 3 человека сидит. Здорово. $59 000. А батарейки у меня есть? А, батарейок хуй особо нету. Ладно. Хуй с этими батарейками. Ладно, лопата есть? Есть, заебись. Где моя тачка, интересно? Где моя машина, блядь? Сука. Сука. Я смотрю, где моя машина, блядь. Еба, она как раз. Ладно. Похуй. Добежим как-нибудь. Машину на прокат брать нереально. Ну, неохота. Сейчас до остановки добегу, блядь. Бля, сейчас ёбнусь нахуй. А, мне надо... Мне надо выбрать нахуй. Подождите. Так, добежал. Еба, вот это проезд нахуй. Бля, цены на Радмире это пиздец. Все эти, блядь, хуйни, блядь. Долгая залупа, блядь. Три кейса здесь, блядь. Штук 20, может, у меня кейсов есть. Чё, Вань, дела хуёво, что ли? О, все, поехал, заебись. Бля, 34%. 34% износа, сука. Откуда такой износ? Ёбаный в рот. Садись. Садись. Вот так. Чилим. Чилим, чилим. Чилим, чилим, чилим. Чилим, 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 чилим. Пожалуйста, пожалуйста. Бля, как ни странно, Радмир не лагает, нахуй. Ну, я думаю, в казике тормозить будет, нахуй. Блять, 5 минут ехать, это пиздец. Это, сука, пиздец. Блять. Какую кнопку ебаный в рот нажал, нахуй, хуй узнать. Блять, ну... Ну, видно нахуй. Так. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть. Да нажмись, ёпта. А, на Т нет смысла нажимать. жмем дальше, блять. Тут не работает, это не работает, это хуйня. О! Какая, блять, нахуелка уже, да. Как, блять, убрать эту хуйню, ёбаный в рот. Виды эти ебаные от первого лица. Да можно, блять, убрать нахуй, ёбаный в рот. Все, блять. Блять, можно убрать? Тап, нет, нахуй, это не то. Это я вообще закрыл, блять. Да сука, какая кнопка, ёбаный в рот. Блять, скриншот нахуй. Можно убрать, блять, ёбаный экран, сука. Так. F1 нету, F2 тоже, F3, F4, F5. Это вообще хуйня какая-то. Это скриншоты ебаные. Блять, как это убрать, сука? Ну нахуй с ним. Где, блять? Трансляции, блять. Стройки, нахуй. Так, ну... Слишком слитно. Сейчас еще раз попробую залететь. Блять, кто там приперся? Ай, ладно. Хуй с этим Радмиром. Не успел я поиграть, пока тут разбирался, блядь. Я хоть до тут доехал, блядь. Ладно, хуй с ним. Ну-ка. Что у нас тут? Трансляции еще нету. Ой, сука, как ты заебешь, нахуй, ладно, давай так. со своей поебостикой своей рекламы, ебаный, блять. Или заебать. Элиза. Фулл HD качество. Бля, ну ЕГЭ хуй не выиграют нихуя, не верю в эту хуйню. Что ЕГЭ вообще, в принципе, может что-то выиграть. Ту-ту-ту-ту-ту. Тум-тум-тум. Да блять. Такая музыка спокойная, просто на чиле, на расслабоне, на фоне играет. Бля, вот у Astralis и Виталити будет интересно посмотреть. Это будет реально весело. Потому что последний раз Astralis на Бласте отпиздили нахуй Виталити. О, героиков показывает, ништяк. Ты где, блядь? Что-то не могу найти, нахуй. Творческая студия. Не знаю, там может в чате кто-то есть. Привет, там, hello. Может быть, кто-то есть. А, 2 человека смотрят. Сейчас посмотрим, забанят меня, нет? Ну, забанят, значит, забанят. Нет, значит, нет.
COVID had a say in that. You were playing in Astralis, you know, 900 days ago, but no lands whatsoever. So it's been a long, long time since we've seen Astralis put on that Astralis jersey in an arena like this.
Yeah, very excited to see what he's going to be delivering. Also, I've got some questions about one of the new guns coming onto Astralis. That is Buzz. What can you provide us in terms of insight as to him coming into the roster?
I mean, he's been playing around in the second tier in Danish Counter-Strike. We have something called the Power.
О, игрока Astralis показывают.
Where we have a very strong field of teams, very strong pool of talents. But to be completely honest, not a lot of people knew too much about Buzz. He's a young talent. He had a great reputation as well.
Девайс, как бы. А где девайс? Где батя девайс?
We've also got a new coach gracing the stage as well, Castle coming on, and I believe that it's one of his first ever Tier 1 tournaments as a coach of Astralis.
And it's a soft entry into the year. I think it's great to get the start here in a studio environment. You don't have the crowd, you have the pressure and the control, so we can see what Castle is doing. He's got others on the side as well.
Speaking of pressure as well, EG certainly going to be feeling that coming into this one, because we haven't had, you know, too many positive words to speak about them throughout 2022, but maybe this is going to change because Wiz is coming onto the server, Jacob.
Yeah, we'll see if that blueprint is going to work out throughout this year. They keep trying. Let's put it that way. They keep trying to make changes. They keep trying to figure out what direction they want to go. And judging from all the interview, judging from the vibe and the mood of the team, it seems like they're starting to believe in their own abilities. So I'm you know, allowing myself to have
Newland,
little expectations for the first time in many years.
Look, I appreciate that they're trying, and I appreciate they don't accept the status quo, which has been complicated for a while. I really respect that. But if the blueprint is working because they bring someone from their roster, that is not what it's supposed to be. Let's set the bar a little higher, right? Let's try to get a little bit deeper. I'm glad to see Wiz. I think everyone had come to the conclusion that Serb was kind of done for, and we had seen his best, and the grazing period was past. We gave him a lot of chances. He missed.
Даже не знаю, какие пики могут быть у ИГ. Постоянно, бля, состав меняется, нахуй. Набрали столько игроков. ЕГЭ последний раз месяца 3 назад выступали, да, месяца 3. АВП.
It was rough during the World Final, let's be completely honest. That was not the start he was hoping for in PL, but the fact that Blade and Navi have still chosen to give him a proper chance and fully integrated him towards Navi,
Так, секунду.
must, you know, suggest that he's been good in practice and they
Ну,
believe in his
Ставан,
potential. We've
Тесос,
seen him play in the weekend.
Кэдиан.
I think he was one of the highest rated players, so definitely some talent here in MPL, but we just didn't see it whatsoever at the World Finals.
Аутиматик.
Maybe this stage, you know, with a little less
Нилан,
pressure,
ебать.
Look, I wish that
СК-23.
this goes better than the World Final. I truly do, 'cause I think
Нилан,
it's the best
ёбаный в рот.
opportunity for him to be on a server next to Simple Bit and Electronic. I just don't think that this format is the one for the future. for
HEET,
Navi.
бля.
I think we have to free Electronic. I think this is a
Казах
it's a
вообще.
short-term band-aid they're
Нилан,
trying to do this.
ебать.
Maybe realizing SDY had limitations, we're gonna bring NPL, he can do more. I don't think it's so
Какого хуя ты здесь делаешь?
it's a temporary
А чё,
solution
К-23
that's
нахуй
not
послал?
working, but we know they can be dangerous even if pieces are moving.
Yeah, one more roster move that I do want to put under the spotlight just briefly is, of course, NIP bringing Hetrick in, which is an interesting one because we were just chatting in the green room to James and Maui. The fact that he's not actually a native AWPer, I don't know, are they just dodging having a proper primary AWPer?
The floor is having a real offer. No, I mean, listen, I'm happy Rez is free, right? They freed Rez from the AWP, and for that, thank you so much. I mean, I know the quality of the guy. He did a decent job at secondary on a couple of maps, but he's back to the rifle. Great. Give a chance to hat-trick. Nominated 7 times in the top 20 players of HLTV. Maybe out of laziness, but it seemed like people expect a lot from hat-trick, and I'll be waiting with curiosity. I'm glad and excited to see him play.
I looked into it, right? In 2018, he was playing primary op. In 2019, he wasn't with Monisy and NaVi Junior. In 2020, he was again, so he's switching back and forth. So there's maybe some truth to the fact that he actually
Если NaVi обсуждает.
was the one forcing him out of that role, and now he gets to play against Monisy.
NaVi, сука, NaVi, блядь.
Yeah, very excited to see them gracing the stage. And of later on in this tournament, but we can bring up the schedule for day number 1 here in Copenhagen. It's going to be Astralis taking on Vitality later on today. But first, EG versus Heroic.
А, это прошлый бласт.
I'm in triple. Mid player and A player. What's he playing? I reached one temple. I'm just playing Ninja one. Yeah. Oh, did you? Cheetah at that. Nice. The hell, he didn't see you? Yeah. Two CT, I think. Stop. His room. Falls dead. Falls dead. Nice.
А, они счет сравняли.
Going back around for mid.
Блин, я прошлый бласт не смотрел. Ну, последний, который был. Ну, кроме G2. Бля, Норберта жалко, его, блядь, кикнули нахуй. Причем ни за что. Бля, Монуси красава. А, типа лучшие моменты турнира прошлого показывают. Маз запикивают. Петухом. Ой, Хукси, легенда, ебать. Твиста в спину убил. И тут же от Керригана обосрался. Не каждый киберспортсмен может убить в спину. Не каждый, не каждый. Не каждый киберспортсмен может уебать. О, геройки. Наш легендарный Кейден вышел. О, ЕГЭ.
Is that going to be enough for EG to make a dent in the current reigning world champions?
Do you really want me to ruin the pleasure and the suspense right now? Just be elusive, evasive?
Roll me into it, Matthew.
I don't think it's gonna be enough. Look, we can talk trash about EG.
Бля, и все такие в очках, пиздец. Ну, так ебать, там столько часов КС наиграно, что у всех зрение, наверное, в ебеня.
But at the end of the day, it's a player that now is under the spotlight for the time of an event that has financial backup in the name of a big organization and
Я, блядь, как-то заебал иногда пропадать уже.
Screw this team. It's my time. I can put myself out there and maybe I can reach somewhere else because I have sort of lost the hope in the whole project as a team, as a roster.
Yeah, that's a problem, right? If that's
I know,
the mentality
I know.
coming in with, that's a massive issue. But I don't blame you or them for maybe thinking that. That's the issue. EG in this tournament, let's be honest, right? They're outmatched. We have some of the best teams in the world, and that's not necessarily where we look at EG right now and think they're supposed to be. So again, I've said this many times, and I hate myself, sorry for saying it one more time, but it's a learning experience. See if you can get double digits. See if you can make the games competitive. See if you can learn something. But this is not the tournament where we expect EG to win it. Some of the online cups, some of the online tournaments, some of the lower tier tournaments, tier 2 LAN events, that's where we need to see EG make moves. But at a Blast event, I have no expectations.
And I like that he's talking about experience, because it's true. They're not in a position where they have deep runs at all the big tournaments throughout the whole calendar. I was actually trying to find some of their results on LAN. If you want to look back to their latest victory on LAN, you have to go back to early October 2022, and it's because they also don't play a whole lot of games.
Yeah.
That is an issue. That's when it becomes sort of a vicious cycle where you don't really play a whole lot of LANs, and when you do, you usually get absolutely smacked. You don't exactly learn a lot. You have to make the most out of these moments.
Number 32 in the world, right? As of right now, number 32 in the world, taking on the best team in the world. So let's just paint the picture very clear right here. There should be no way whatsoever that Heroic is going to lose this game, but there is a way where EG can show some of that progress and make the game competitive.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point. I mean, you may hate yourself for saying that over and over again that it's a learning experience, but Vorborg literally echoed the exact same sentiment in a HLTV interview, saying he's coming in here, you know, with some new arsenal in his army as well, which obviously in the form of Wiz, who we've been talking about. Do you have any expectations in terms of how he's going to be entering the server to kind of replace Cirque? Are we looking at a similar playstyle here, or are we expecting something different?
Like Cirque's playstyle kind of disappeared in the last few years we've seen him, right? We were very far away from the aggressive, difference-making, confident Cirque that people might have seen and appreciated in 2019. So I'm not going to make any comparison between the two. I think Wiz, from the get-go, has to display initiative. I think he has to display aggression. He has to make or take risks. I don't mind if he overdo it. I don't mind if he sometimes put himself at risk and loses. It's fine. But just don't be passive. You're in a team that won't allow it. You need to make a difference, take risks.
Keyword is initiative, I should say, right? Because that's something that Cirque lost completely last time around. He was in EG. We were seeing games where he was opting to go for the rifle, even in rounds where he could have fought the AWP, where he could have made the difference with the AWP. It felt like Cirque lost the confidence in his own beliefs, and he lost the initiative as well. And I fully agree with what you're saying. I don't care if Wiz is overdoing it, if he's having a couple of rounds where he may be at fault for making a mistake or over-peaking whatsoever. As long as you take initiative and you try to change the tide of the game and actually play with a certain responsibility, then you're doing more than Cirque did.
Well, let's hear from the new gun himself. It's Wiz with Banks.
Okay, so Wiz just starting 2023 with the main EG roster. It's your first S-tier event. I want to see, were you shocked, and just how did you feel when this all came about?
Yeah, so it's a little bit unexpected for me, but I think now that I'm here, I just gotta kind of just work hard and just play my best, and then just we'll see where it goes from here.
I love that. That's a good attitude for sure. Now, how much practice time have you had with the guys? When did you get to Europe? How's it been looking so far?
Yeah, so we've been boot camping here for around like a week and a half. Got here like January 5th. So not like the longest time in practice, but I think we've been working hard. We've been working relatively long days, and I think we have a somewhat cohesive plan coming into this game.
And what's the biggest change for you personally when you've come into this team and anything with your roles and stuff like that?
I think personally, the biggest change for me was getting to play with these new experienced players. I think they have, a lot of beneficial like tips for me to kind of integrate myself into their team play. So I think that's probably the biggest change.
Okay, and in terms of this is going to be your first game against a serious opponent in terms of heroic tier 1, not an easy team, but in practice and stuff, have you noticed it's a lot harder, or is it much the same for you?
It's definitely a lot harder, but I think that I kind of adapted pretty quickly overall. Obviously, I don't think I'm quite tier 1 ready yet, but I think over time I'll get there.
I like that. So you got the confidence with it. And when we're talking about confidence, I heard in Vorborg's interview, he said that you have huge potential. When you hear something like that from your coach, does that add any extra pressure, or does it make you feel better?
Хуя себе. Inferno, Ancient и Overpass. Вот это пики, блядь.
A grounded answer coming out of Wiz, just saying full force, I'm not totally ready for tier 1, but this is the opportunity to be springboarding and potentially reaching those heights as well. Of course, we do see the map vetoes coming in, and this was something that we were also talking about, Matthew. If there's another thing you want going wrong in the way of EG,
Вот
it's
это
Dota 2
пики.
being removed from Apple, obviously in favor of Anubis.
Yeah, listen, bottom line, it was always going to be complicated for EG to do a veto, and even more so now that Dust 2 has been replaced by Anubis. Dust 2 famously the veto of Heroic, which they said in a couple of interviews, we can technically play 7 maps now.
Sure.
Your EG or go for Inferno, I don't think it's a particularly weak map for Heroic. Might not be the one they go for, but they can definitely play it. On the other side, you can punish if you're Heroic. You can go for Bloodshed, and we'll see if the
struggle city for EG coming into things, but Heroic basically the opposite end of the spectrum as we see them currently, the world reigning champions, world #1s, of course, managing to lift their first trophy at the full finals, which Jacob was a very emotional moment for the team.
Yeah, finally, right? Finally they were able to do it. Finally they were able to fully come together and win that trophy that they've been fighting for such a long time. We can't forget we talked about it for the vast majority of 22, the fact that they were able to replace Refresh, bring in NaVi, and that was a roster move that made them, you know, take that level or take that step up where they potentially could contest for these trophies. With Refresh, they were a very solid team, they were a strong team, but with NaVi, we saw the full potential come together in Copenhagen. Unfortunately for them, they didn't play with Stown in the final event of the year in Abu Dhabi, and that's a bit of a bummer way to go out, right? Because they were on a ride, major semi-final coming into Copenhagen, winning the event, and then Abu Dhabi left you with a bit of a sour taste in your mouth, which is why I'm ready to see them. I'm ready to see Heroic come out in full force, right? I'm ready to see Stown once again being integrated, and I'm ready to see if Heroic actually is ready to be the best team.
Либо Кэдин, я так понял, установку на карту читает, ну да. Башку чешет, ёпта. Чё делать, блядь, как разыгрывать?
They made the one change with Refresh, but they still remain true to their identity. We know the Counter-Strike they played. They just basically tweaked the last few percent they had to. They had to just play a little bit better in playoffs. We talked about the seeding they had. Usually when they hit quarterfinals, semifinals, they bust through that at the end of 22. That gives me hope. That gives me confidence that we're going to see a very competitive Heroic. I see no reason why they would disappear and revert back to their level.
Well, let's get some thoughts from the in-game leader coming into their first game of the Blast Premier Spring Groups.
Now, what did the start of the year look like for you guys? What did you do in order to be ready for these opening tournaments?
We had two
О,
half days
Кэдин,
beginning
бля.
of the year very early on, and then we went on to 1 week boot camp at the house that Heroic has in Oslo, Norway. And yeah, it was also a lot of me being pretty harsh on my boys, you know, like yeah, they needed to get their asses kicked a little bit, and I hope that that's enough to have a good start for the season. I think expectations are just so high when coming off the break. You played so well, and you meet in again like 2-3 weeks later where people are not in the same individual shape, the communication is a little bit off, so yeah. You can ask my boys, I think I've been pretty harsh.
Alright, I'll check in with him a bit later on. Now, EG is your first opening opponent here. Obviously a team that hasn't been very competitive in recent times. Cert goes out, a very stable AWP for him, but he's had his worries. Wiz comes in, there's not much we know about them. But are they a real threat to you? Is this just a warm-up game that you guys would like?
I think you should never underestimate anyone, you know, and especially not at the first game of the season. I think maybe if you were halfway through the season and you said that I was playing EG under these circumstances, I would predict it to be a pretty easy game, but considering that it's the first one, you have some jitters, you need to play your way out. I think that it might be more difficult than we hope for, but then again, you said it yourself, we're #1 in the rankings right now, we play a team that hasn't done well for a long time, so obviously we need to go in and win this game, there's no doubt about that.
I love that honesty coming out from KD in there, saying, you know what, he's going to be harsh on the team coming into a boot camp just before the season starting because they had such a great end to the year, you know, if we're excluding World Finals.
Yeah, this is real talk with Arcadian, and that's something I can appreciate and respect. He's always a character that's going to kind of create a division in the community. You either love him or you hate him, but you cannot damage the fact that he is who he is, and he has his way of thinking about the game and how he should be a captain, and that's who he is. He'll go on an interview and say, yeah, I kicked the head out of my teammates because we needed to be awake and 100% full for the start of the season. And he is right. It's very easy to be complacent. You look at the HLTV rating, you're at home, you're like, oh man, we're the best team in the world. So cool. You go to here and you get your ass kicked. Good for Cadian to be aware of that.
That one thing that worries me though a little bit, the fact that we now speak about Heroic as being a favorite. We speak about Heroic perhaps being ready to be the best team in the world. And if you look at their team and the way they've conducted themselves historically speaking, they've always thrived well being the underdog, right? Everyone is against them. You know the whole coaching scandal with Hunting, etc., etc. It was like Heroic against the world. I feel like they feed off that energy. I feel like they perform the best under that energy. And now Cadian is coming in saying that he's being very harsh on his teammates. He wants them to come out and be prepared for the first tournament of the year.
Привет, там если есть кто в чате, здорово, ребят. Бля, 7 минут еще ждать, сука. Как они долго начинают, это пиздец. Привет. Ой, кто-то есть в чате, спасибо, хоть кто-то меня смотрит. Я уже думал, я один-одинешенек буду этот матч смотреть, сам с собой пиздеть. Привет, привет. А, сорян, собака лает. Бля, сейчас подойду, собака что-то лает. Никуда не уходим. Спасибо, что присоединился ко мне. Со мной смотреть. Еще раз извини, что вот такой звук.
Yeah, I mean, it's always like that when you get the, like, when you have a break, everyone, like, with family and stuff like that, and you don't touch CS that much, and then once you get back, like, the communication is not always there, people are probably missing some shots and stuff like that, and of course he, like, wants to set the bar high, and I think that's really good for the team, and, yeah, in the beginning was a bit rough, but we've managed to come after it.
Now, looking at your group and the other teams in it, right, you've got Easy to start off with, then there's Vitality, Astralis as well. But do you guys consider yourselves the absolute favourites here, and do you think just getting the straight spring final spot is the only thing you guys are focused on?
Yeah, I mean, that's the main goal, right, to qualify, and I would say it's going to be exciting to see, like, what Astralis will bring with the device coming up, to see how his form is and stuff like that, so, yeah, it's an exciting group.
Is that a match you'd like to have? Would you like to face off against them?
Yeah, for sure, always.
The rules of Heroic say they are ready to be getting into the server for this one. But before we do that, one more play we do need to put under the spotlight is Shush, because of some interesting information that's been revealed recently.
He's still in Heroic, right? He's still wearing that jersey, and he actually had the opportunity of going to Astralis. His contract was running out, Astralis poached him, but he chose Heroic above Astralis, and to me that's a very interesting point, right? I'm born and raised in Danish Counter-Strike, and ever since Astralis came out, ever since they've been this powerhouse, they've always been able to pick and choose what players they wanted. No doubt Shoes is a very talented player and a skilled player, but the fact of the matter is that that whole power train in Denmark, that has changed. If you're a young talent right now, growing up playing Counter-Strike in Denmark, you're looking towards Heroic. That's the team you want to join. You don't want to join Astralis right now because they're struggling massively. And that right there, the fact that they were able to keep Shoes within this lineup is a massive statement right now that Heroic is the top dog in Denmark.
I know, right? And it's so crazy because there's a disconnect between the images, the symbols we have in our mind, and the actual results. We're standing here kind of surprised that, you know, oh my gosh, Shush would stay in Heroic. But it's very logical in terms of Counter-Strike. The power has shifted. Heroic is the best team in Denmark. There's no comparison possible. Astralis are merely
50 рублей поставил, красавчик.
Heroic is the one that leads to charge.
Yeah, and currently World reigning number one.
Понял тебя, Фоникс. А, еще, сейчас уже начинается, Фоникс. Подпишись на группу ВКонтакте, на Телеграм. Ну, чтобы меня не потерять. Я стримлю на разных каналах. Сейчас вот. Подпишись, братан. Вот тебе группа ВКонтакте. И телегу скину. Там еще не началось. Я на разных каналах стримлю. Ребятки, подпишитесь там на телегу, на группу ВКонтакте, чтобы меня не потерять. Возобновим телегу, а то она сдохла. Да, телега умерла. Я уж не помню, когда в телеге был актив. Вообще его нет. Так что, ребятки, подпишитесь. Ух, брат, у тебя онлайн повысился. Да, кто-то еще меня смотрит. Спасибо, ребят, что присоединяетесь. Буду комментировать для вас. Ну, я думаю, героики заберут 2-0. Ну, я так предполагаю. Не знаю, уж как получится. Спасибо, что еще раз подписался. Спасибо от души. А ты меня в поиске нашел или как? Первый высветился. Я рад. А то я себя в поисках не найду. Ну, типа, я себя пытался найти. Меня нету в поисках. Пробовал себя найти. Я так и не нашел себя. Ну, думаю, ну и фиг с ним. Спасибо, что подписался. Это не основной канал. Это, если что, не основной. Основной у меня в шапке профиля должен быть. Вроде бы. Сейчас посмотрю. Кто-то покинул чат. Присоединился к чату. Спасибо, что присоединились к чату, ребят. Будем телегу потихоньку возобновлять. Я, пожалуй, немного подубавлю, а то что-то как-то у меня орет. Так. Так. Что я хотел сделать? Что-то я забыл. Что-то я хотел сделать и забыл, нахуй. Ай-яй-яй, забыл, память куриная. Первый высветился. Я ранее решил попробовать. На чем решил попробовать? 1-1, думаю, будет... Ну, не знаю, я в ЕГЭ вообще не верю. Если по правде. Я в ЕГЭ не верю. Чат, кто-то еще в ЕГЭ верит, нет? Еще кто-то есть? Я тоже. Я думаю, тут 2-0 проходная, а там от Astralis и... Вот Astralis пистолетку поставил на героик. Ну удачные ставки, дорогой мой друг. Удачные. Сильно, главное, не лудомань и много. Это у меня подписчик с 200 рублей поднял 5000 и проебал все на футболе. Написал мне тут, говорит, неделя хуёвая, говорит, получилась. Я говорю, почему? Он говорит, 200 рублей было, поднял с 200 рублей 5к. И тут же все проебал. О, Инферно. Приятного просмотра, ребятки. Приятного вам просмотрика. Надеюсь, меня не забанят. Будем надеяться. В любой момент может трансляция обрубиться. Меня могут забанить. О, началась пистолеточка. Надеюсь, такого не будет. Виплей раньше по КД банили на ютубе. Сделай погромче. Секунду. Секунду, может у меня в ОБС какая-то хуйня? Подождите, ребят, сорян. Извините, пожалуйста. У меня в ОБС звук в полном говне. А я думаю, что нихуя не слышно. У меня в ОБС полный пиздец. Надеюсь, теперь слышно. Приятного просмотра, ребятки. Для вас комментирует канал Стиль Хаус. Приятного просмотра. Так, Джаби уже одного забрал, Бризим. Сьюши также. Математика забирает. ТСС находит Нилана. Также его забрал. Стаун Некста забрал. Также последнего Визи тоже наказывают. Пистолеточка за команду Героик. Поздравляю со ставочкой. Кто там ставил на пистолеточку. Ура, One Love Героик. Красавцы. Да, первый раунд забрали у ЕГЭ. Причем, считай, в сухую, прям в нулину расколотили, как говорится. Все было прям изи-изи. Looked a little bit confusing. Looked like maybe they were taking a step back, but we have seen that they have taken 2 steps forward. Я ставлю только на топ-3 команды. Понял тебя. Это чё, кто у нас? G2, мои любимые, которые я люблю смотреть. Это, получается, Геройки. И кто у нас там третий, аутсайдеры? Ну, FaZe слетели с топ-3. Бля, почему я не поставил на первую карту? Не знаю, это как-то так получилось у тебя, не знаю. Но полный экономический раунд, кстати, у команды ЕГЭ. Напоминаю вам. Кейден забирает Виза, Аутоматик находит Кейдена и Сьюж просто троих побрил. Всё. Ну это эко. Тут от ЕГЭ ждать нечего. Это эко. Бля, надо было на 16-0 поставить. Да нет, такого не будет. Не-не-не. Я думаю, ЕГЭ как минимум возьмут хотя бы раундов 5. Я не думаю, что будет прям в одну калиточную игру. Я так не считаю. Я думаю, будет все наоборот. Я удивлюсь, если ЕГЭ камбэкнут еще. Вот это для меня будет прям нежданчик. Я, конечно, такого не ожидаю, но в КСе такие камбэки происходят. Я сейчас приду. Хорошо. Чат, у нас кто еще там есть? Зрители, присоединяйтесь к нашему чату. Давайте пообщаемся. Напоминаю, спойлеры, ПКД баню нахуй. Ту-ду-ту-ту-ту.
Too unique about this just yet. Yabi jiggle peeking with this smoke. Will be able to deploy that, play to block. But EG, I think that they want some more map control. They found there are more players from Heroic that it's some kind of bait, but not the case as Heroic rotate Tessus on over, and we see that the EG lineup, most of their players, they're gathering up for this bracket take. Cadian though gets some info and he finds a dink.
Yeah, timing could not really have been better for that one, so he's going to enjoy that. Probably spotted it out as well. But he did the damage. And the double setup down in pit.
Да, Нилан уже красный. Заходит под аплент. Команда ЕГЭ. Пытается Кадин нашить, но близко стреляет. Почти попадает родной наш Кэдин, любимый, всеми дорогой, дачан. Ой-ой-ой, не проверили подсадку, ай-яй-яй, команда ЕГЭ. Ай-яй-яй, плохо. Тесса с Виза забирает, и также Тесса забирает. Нилан Кэдина побрил, там еще накоцал Джаби подбитый. Джаби, как ты жестко подбитый, дорогой ты мой другалечик, ай-яй-яй, сука. А бомбу ЕГЭ поставили, а вот и первый раунд для ЕГЭ. Ой, Некс ставно забирает, Нилан забирает с Юша, ай-яй-яй. И Бриз еще в спине, ай-яй-яй, забирает Джаби. Первый раунд, первый оружейный для коллектива команды ЕГЭ. А вот вам и 16-0, которые хотели поставить. Тут же оружейный, тут же они хорошо зашли под Б через банан. Скрыли его, нашли минуса, поставили бомбу на гробы. Красавцы ЕГЭ. Я думаю, матч будет, как говорится, веселым. А если еще ЕГЭ героиков вынесут, это будет вообще для меня нежданчиком. В принципе, я такое не ожидаю. Не ожидаю такое. Кэдин пытается с авиком на виду кого-то найти. Прокидывает гранатой. Тут немножечко. Аутоматика зацепила. Так, Нилан получил от Кэдина прострелом.
I want to see Heroic come into the season lighting everyone up, though. If they fall at the first hurdle to EG, this would be a disaster for them.
Так, аутоматик. Ну, 2 игрока в поджиме у команд Героик. Джаби прям агрессивно играет. Его могут за это наказать, если аутоматик, конечно, попадет. Так, аутоматик Джаби забирает, Ставан на размене забирает аутоматика. Ситуация 4 в 4. Заход через мидл. Кэдин забирает смухи Нилана, но не успевает уйти от Бризи. Бризи забирает Кэдина. Ставан нашел Визи, его также наказывает. 2 в 3 ситуации в меньшинстве. У нас коллектив команды ЕГЭ, простите, хотел сказать Героик. Так, бомбу ставит под апленд. С Юша фармилочка, ну, 5-7 этот гребаный. Next забирает с Юшу. Next спалил Стауна, Стаун сгорел. Кто ставил на молик? Поздравляю. Ай-яй-яй, 3 в 2 ситуация была. Так, Тесса с Бризи забрал, остается последний. Next. И он забирает Тесоса. Ай-яй-яй, ай-яй, 2-2-2 счет, ребятки, 2-2, нихуя себе. А вот вам и сухая, вот вам и сухой матч. Я так думаю, он, как говорится, ждет нас очень веселым. Так, плюс моралечка там у ЕГЭ пошла. У Кэдди на пистолетик. Остальных все гасты, не стали ничего закупать. Сьюж тут немножечко подгорел. Ай-яй-яй, Сьюж, гори, 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 ясно, чтобы не погасло, гасло. Как же ты так, дорогой-то, мой друголечек, подгорел. Так. Сколько опорников на Б? 3 опорника на Б-сайте. 3 игрока герои. Нихуя себе. Аутиматик тебя... тут даже 4 получается. Ой-ой-ой-ой, забирает одного. Джаби забирает еще аутиматика. Аутиматик размен произошел. Нилан, двоих побрил. Кэдди на Джаби также забирает. Виз забрал своего. Виз, как же ты так Нилана забрал? Ай-яй-яй. А перетяжка-то у нас на апленд. Перетяжка у нас на апленд, ребятулечки. Так, Бризи с Юшу просто побрил. Все, Ставан остался один с калашом. Я так думаю, он не полезет. Это 3-й раунд для коллектива команды. ЕГЭ в копилку оформляется. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй. Геройки, неужели вы проиграете ЕГЭ? Но пока что у нас ЕГЭ лидирует за атаку. В принципе, могу поздравить эту команду. За последние 3 месяца выиграть, если геройка в топ-1, это будет нежданчик. Это будет, конечно, прям шик-контент. Обожаю датчан смотреть в этом плане. То они прям пиздят по КД, то проебывают хуй пойми кому. Ну, это в роли датчан. Что астралисы такие, что геройки, блядь, они не могут проебать хуй тир-3 помойки, блядь. Для меня ЕГЭ это тир-3. Не тир-2, тир-3 ЕГЭ. Ну ладно, это типа пока только начало. Тактическая пауза у команды ЕГЭ. Первая, кстати. Пауза, разбирают ситуацию, что не так. Печально, я думаю, для коллектива команды ЕГЭ, потому что... Я думаю, если они их пройдут, это будет для меня шок. Что геройки в первый же день обосрались. Так, герой Кэддин пытается себя как-то зарядить. Но у них скрывают банана. Геройки с этим ничего поделать не могут. Это вот как Спраут, они тоже вот на Инферно под плен залетают, просто как них хуй делать, и все. Под банан, на Б, и большинство команд с этим поделать ничего не могут. Поэтому у них 70% атаки, 68,3% вроде у них у Спраут за атаку на Инферно. Конечно, для меня немножечко удивительно. Конечно, это для меня немного удивительно. Аутиматик уже потерял где-то хп, что-то я этот момент проморгал, пока в чат смотрел. А в чате у нас никто не пишет. Ребятки, кто куда свою ставочку поставил, пишите, будет интересно почитать. Пока что меня не забанили, слава богу. Некс Кэддина забирает, Джаби Некса забирает, разменчик. Джаби, машина, забирает Некса, забирает Виза. Сьюж также аутиматика находит. Ай-яй-яй. А вот заход через мидл на А захлебнулся. Блядь, сука. Мой французский язык. У коллектива команды ЕГЭ. Ой, Ставан еще и Брити нашел в самоках, въебало. Ай, Ставан еще и Дилана забрал. Ставан, машина. Кстати, ребята, прошла такая новость, что конфига запретили на Blast турнир, чтобы он выступал за коллектив команд Героик. Почему такая тема прошла, не знаю, правда это или нет. Ну, он как бы заменял. Ну, его даже как заменой запретили вообще на Blast конфига. Это типа после той драки. Ну, бывает же в жизни огорчение. Кстати, полностью экономический раунд. Ну только у Нила на флешечка сейчас. Ой-ой-ой, Кейден Бризи забирает. Неплохо так, неплохо. Так, Сьюж. Наконец-то тир 1 уровень. Наконец-то тир 1 уровень турнир. Как же я этого ждал, как же я этого долго ждал. Конечно, не ожидал, что Виплей не выкупили права на Blast. Обычно они выкупают и блокируют, суки, ПКД. Хуй постримишь, блядь. Так, Кэддин Нилана забрал, хорошо. Ну, Кэддин автоматика забирает еще. Как говорится, на экономическом раунде фармит себе стату. Визи забрали, Next на размене забрал Кэддина, но он один остался. Его сейчас будут поджимать с двух сторон, но он ничего не сделает. Хотя пытается. Ну не, все, пока. Стал он тебя поебал опять прострелом. Понимаю. Сейчас будет следующий оружейный, посмотрим, что героики опять покажут, но... Чат, давай как-нибудь оживай, я не знаю, ребят, пишите что-нибудь в чате, там, я не знаю, куда вы свою ставочку замутили, как у вас вообще, в принципе, дела, где вы сейчас находитесь, чем занимаетесь, интересно будет почитать. Так, перестрелка авиков, Кэддин нагло играет, но его за это наглость не наказывают. Нилан забрал у нас Джаби, Тесса также на размене забирает Нилана, ситуация 4 в 4, заход через банан, но тут накидывается молик. Как говорится, отрезали проход. Автоматик ничего сделать не может, пока горит молик. Ставан будет принимать заход вместе с Тессосом. Так, Кэддин дает флешку, чтобы Тесса сыграл под нее. Тесса сыграл, хорошо, хотя бы так. Автоматика забрали, хорошо, продолжаем в таком же духе. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй, Тесса с Бризи забрал. Ну, Виз на размене. Забрал Тессоса. 2 в 3 ситуация. В меньшинстве у нас коллектив команды ЕГЭ. Я тут, кто кого. Но пока что вот так. Пока что счет 3-4. Они проебывают. Ну, не особо. Ну, пока что ситуация 3 в 2. Может, сейчас счет сравнится. Ну, будет 4-4. Счет. Так, Стаун Некса забрал, Стаун также Виза забрал. 5-й раунд для коллектива команд Героик. Копилка оформляется, денег у команды ЕГЭ на следующий раунд нет. Это потенциально 6-й может быть для них. 6-3. Назвать, что они проигрывают, это еще пока тяжело. Once again, Heroic, they're showing that they're just completely in control of Banana. It is very tough for EG to find any significant footing on this. Еще один экономический раунд для команды ЕГЭ. Хотя нет, не экономический, простите, тут диглы, арморы закупленные. Ай, Кэддин. Реакция мангуста, блять. Кэддина реакция мангуста. You could Halls pop, you could take bracket early on, you could go for a fast bracket play.
All of that is going to be really telegraphed unless you do it right off the bat, right?
That's the thing. The mind game now that's at play is that EG have lost Banana 2 gun rounds in a row. So it's very
Да, выход через ковры с Юши с Кэддином это принимают. Изи. Бомбу. Нет, не поставил бомбу. Я думал, поставит хотя бы экономику для своей команды бустанет. Но нет, не получилось. Ай-яй-яй. Блять, наконец-то топ-1, ну, тир-1 турнир. Я так соскучился по тир-1 сцене. прям, вы не представляете, как я соскучился. Как я устал всяких блюджексов смотреть, всяких там конченых спраутов, там, альтернет-атаксов. Я так устал от этих команд. Где решает букмекерская контора вот эти помойки, я так от этого устал. Наконец-то хоть какой-то интересный турнир, который... Ой, как же хотелось бы посмотреть. Еще пока что меня не заблокировали. Пока что продолжаем смотреть. Я так думаю, я вообще этот бластерский турнир буду стримить полностью на этом канале. Простите. Я немножечко кашлянул. Ой, какая хорошая гранатка на банан была сейчас. Так подкоцала коллектив команды ЕГЭ. Ай-яй-яй, сука. Чё, 55 секунд до захода на плент, пора бы уже заходить, команда ЕГЭ что-то делать, как бы, хорош яйца тянуть, Кэддин Нилана забрал, Джаби также аутоматика забирает, пытается Кэддин смоки прострелить, но Визи находит Кэддина, забирает его в голову, флешечка не сыграла, Дек забирает Джаби, ай-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй, 3 в 3 ситуация, бомба стоит, Тессос из-за смока сыграть не может, Некс, дают флешку Нексу, а там спина Некс горит. Ты что там дальше не смотрел-то, а? Сью, что пришел на помощь через банан. Сейчас будут выбивать Б-сайд. Виз контролит. Виза. Так, смог накидывают. Виза там уже никак не сыграет. ТСС Виза забирает, Стаунбризи находит, Некс находит Сьюша, ТСС последнего Некса забирает. Бомба тикает. Ну, времени на диффуз хватает. Хватает времени. Да, хватило времени. Да, хватило времени прям на тоненького. Хватило времени на тоненького, чтобы раздиффузить этот плент.
One piece of utility, doesn't matter what it is, they're going to make the absolute most of it. That is a very well put together round from Heroic. Even though EG put a nice one together themselves. That was one of the more competitive ones, I would say.
Так, первый тактический тайм-аут у команды ЕГЭ. Ну, они ЕГЭ перестрелки проебывают. Они, в принципе, заходят нормально и раскидки делают на плент. Ну, то есть дефолтно все. Но... проебываешь перестрелки ключевые, и все, и раунды въебываются. Как говорится, что бы ты там ни делал, как бы ты там ни выебывался, если тебе с первой дают въебало, ты здесь особо ничего не сделаешь.
And Heroic, they're not actually sending 3 people early B. So this may work out in the favor of EG. Although it's just automatic. He's playing a very passive style here at Broom. Just wants to see if Heroic get a little bit too eager. And they didn't really take banana, but they're already signifying that they want bracket. And it's a clean take at that.
Пытается нашить смоки, но не получается. Я так понимаю, Кэддин на перетяжке. Нашел он Бризи, забрал его. Кэддин, машина для киллов. Кэддин еще Нилана забрал. Кэддин Некса находит, также его забирает. Тессос находит аутоматика в самоках. Все, остался один виз, его тоже доберут, наверное, сейчас. Это 8-й раунд для команд Героя в копилку. Я так понимаю, уже оформляется. Ай-яй-яй, виза там нашивает по самой не балуй. Не, дорогой, ты здесь уже точно ничего не сделаешь. Хотя одного забрал. Но тут Тессос на размене. Тессос на размене забрал. Я надеюсь, будут овертаймы. А ты на овертаймы поставил, что ли, еще? Надо так всегда делать.
It's a good place to hang out.
Еще да.
Regular people over there. So definitely do it.
Овертаймы.
8-3 is the scoreline, and
Да
Heroic
не,
may
да какой
see
ЕГЭ
Heroic
овертаймы?
anytime soon. EG keep running out
Да
of money.
не.
Same cannot be said for the CT
Я
side
думаю,
at the moment. Look
тут
at that.
такого не будет.
Got a lot of cash in the bank right now. And we're back to the 4-1 split.
А какой кэф там на овертаймы давали? Просто интересно.
Gabby, he's forced off the angle.
Чат, присоединяйтесь к нашему беседе, кто куда поставил, как у вас дела. Давайте пообщаемся. Тут Джаби находит Нилана, забирает еще и Бризи. Аутиматик на размене забирает Ой, простите, Джаби.
Push from Shush.
Так, Сьюш находит Некса. Хорошо. 3 в 2 ситуация. Красный аутиматик.
Why is he pushing when he's the solo player at A? You're not supposed to do that.
Красный. 7% хп остается, брони нету. Одна пулечка по аутиматику и все, и ГГ. Аутиматик, надо калаш отдать. Я думаю, Визи все-таки надо отдать калаш. Я думаю, надо отдать калашек, блядь. Ну отдай ты калаш. Ёбаный ты, сука, американский сранчоус, нахуй. Отдай калаш, ёбаный в рот. Калаш, сука, дай. Нет, сука, он так и держит эту эмку у себя в руках. Отдай калаш, у тебя хп нету. Блядь, где логика? Тебе одну пульку дают, ты умираешь. Во, ебать, логика.
This can open up the door, and those kind of movements, they don't always go unpunished, but EG, they're just not feeling themselves right.
До 20 секунд, сейвите уже девайсы. А, Визи умер, понятно. Я понял, все, понятно. Так, Кэдди на аутиматику нашел, с пистолета добрал, 9-й раунд Героик, в копилку оформляется.
Now, when they're this much ahead, they might not even play like themselves so much anymore. Like, they might have that extra freedom. So, a lot of your research, a lot of the homework might be obsolete.
Ну, на расслабоне, на чили геройки, я так понимаю. Они даже не потеют особо.
They can retire that now. They're like, alright, it's all good.
You have to make Heroic respect you now if you're evil geniuses, and that is something that's easier said than done.
Опять заход через банан, Кэддин будет эту всю движуху принимать. Нормальная флешечка, ну, относительно, Кэддин не ослепили. Так, молик потушили, хорошо смог накинули, флешечка залетает. Но Нилан все-таки забирает Джаби, ай-яй-яй. Все-таки он его забрал. Хотя я думаю, что не факт, что он его еще заберет.
This means that the A bomb site is a bit weak. EG, they have to try to find a read here. Oh, the duel being taken.
Ой-ой-ой, Некс, как так плохо? Поставлено, не забрать. Ну, елки зеленые. Просто вообще спрей куда-то в ебеня полетел. Так, Визи забирает Кэддина. Тесс также находит Нилана. 2 в 3 ситуация. Бризи ждет перетяжку, Бризи ждет. А, Бризи какой тайминг! Только отворачивается и получает въебало. Блять, ЕГЭ, сука, домой нахуй. Домой ЕГЭ, ебаный хлам, блять. Сука. Ой, я, ЕГЭ, какой же хлам, боже, блять. Опять проехали на бласт, опять обосрутся. Когда ЕГЭ научится играть, блять? Я думаю, уже никогда. Да все, 10 секунд, да умри ты уже, Виз. Ну давай, умирай. Става находит Виза, забирает его, ай-яй-яй, 10-й раунд для Героик. Просто проходной какой-то матч получается. Проходной, сука. О, да, Кэддин мотивируется, да, мотивирует, блядь. Еба, смотрите, мы ЕГЭ пиздим, еба радости, пиздец. Как будто, не знаю, мажор выиграл, блядь. Вторая тактическая у команды ЕГЭ. Ребят, пока попрошу поставить лайк, подписаться на канал. Это не основной канал в шапке профиля, если кому интересно, я там тоже стримлю КС, играю в игры, если кому-то интересно, подписывайтесь на основной канал, там больше контента. Также там есть нарезки с легендарным Чаки, кто знает, кто такой Чаки, плюсы в чат, и у меня с ним есть там нарезочки, где он бомбит, если кому интересно, хотите поржать, залетайте. Также другалечки. В общем, телеграм-группа ВКонтакте есть в описании. Подписываемся, мы вас там тоже ждем в нашем логове лудоманов. Ждем, ребята, ждем.
Don't let Heroic get back into this round. They really need the last two. I think at 10-5, it's not going to be easy in the second half, but at least there is a world in which they can pull this map through.
Yeah, and this is their map pick. Let's not forget that. So, EG.
Так, Джаби. Одного забирает автоматика. Джаби также еще Нилана забрал, Бризи Тесса забрал. Джаби, машина, Джаби. Я же сказал сразу, что овертаймов не будет. Не, дорогой мой друг. Это было жестко ставить на ЕГЭ, овертаймы. Я бы еще, предположим, там, ну, на Astralis и Vitality, ну, каким-то образом предположил, что могут быть овертаймы. Что Astralis, блядь, хлам, что Vitality хлам, что датчане, блядь, Astralis и хлам, блядь, что французы хлам. Ну, хотя там не весь состав французов, там двое датчан, бывшие игроки команды Astralis. Это у нас кто? Мэджикс и этот, блядь, как его нахуй? Тут, блядь, кто там еще был? Блядь, не могу вспомнить игрока. Напомните мне, кто там еще был. Мэджикс и еще кто-то. Блядь, не помню. Я с утра еще поставил. Ну, блядь, ставить на ЕГЭ это глупо. Это было тупым решением ставить на ЕГЭ. Ты что, тут чутка не подумал, дорогой мой друг? Джаби Бризи забирает, кстати. Ну, пистолетку геройки заберут. Ну да, они первую пистолетку забрали. Я думаю, и вторую также могут забрать. Большее количество будет за героиками, по идее, пистолетка. Ну, блядь, Визи обосрался, не успел съебаться. Бомба тикает. Кэдин как слон напрыгал там уже. Вообще ставки это рандом. Нет, ставки это не рандом, ставки это зло. Так что просто наслаждаться КС, смотреть его. Ну как я просто наслаждаюсь КСом, я его смотрю. Я это не ставлю. Я так понял, первая половина закончилась. Да, первая половина кончилась, ребятки. Пока попрошу вас подписаться на группу ВКонтакте, ребят, подпишитесь по-братски, подайте заявку в группу ВКонтакте, в наше логово, скажем так. Там есть раздел обсуждения, там выходит информация, где, когда я стримлю. Ребят, подпишитесь на группу ВКонтакте, буду вам благодарен, другалечки мои, зритулечки мои любимые. Также есть еще и Телеграм, подписывайтесь на телегу, я вас там тоже всех буду с удовольствием ждать. Вот вам мой Телеграм. Подписываемся, ребята, и смотрим КС вместе со мной. Блять. Подписываемся. Блядь, твист опять перекрасился, что ли, блядь? Ага, твист опять перекрасился. Ебаный шашлык. Только что был, блядь, какой-то розовый. Я так понял, они на ноутах играют. Да, я так понял, они играют на ноутбуках. Блять, никогда не понимал, как можно играть на ноутах. Чё, кто выиграл? Ну, смена сторон. Сейчас будет смена сторон. Еще никто не выиграл. Но пока что геройки лидируют с офигенно разрывом большим. 12-3 вроде. Или 11-4, блядь. Что-то я проморгал этот момент. Блядь. Пацаны, я сигаретку закурю. А ты рекламируешь что-нибудь? Нет, у меня рекламы на канале нет. Все, что у меня есть на ютубе, это чисто спонсорские донаты. Ну вот, что я зарабатываю с ютуба, это чисто спонсорские донаты. Ребят, если хотите поддержать донатом, ссылка в описании, дублируется в чате. Буду благодарен за финансовую поддержку. А ты можешь оказаться в правом верхнем углу донатером на стриме. Буду благодарен, ребят. А нет, я так ничего не рекламирую. Хотя мне предлагали, когда у меня был хороший пиковый онлайн, там 200-300 человек, сейчас уже точно такого нет. Как бы печально больно это не звучало. Мне одна БК предлагала сотрудничество, но мне эта БК не нравится. И я отказался. Хотя предлагали хорошую сумму. 11-4 счет, да. 11-4. И пистолеточка вторая, я думаю, геройки ее тоже оформят.
Step up, do your part as a citizen for the whatever. Yeah, Starship Troopers kind of thing. Here we go. Great book. Second, you would have read that, wouldn't you? I did. All right. Well, there we go. Something to put on the list for the year. Second half is coming up, and EG a must-win.
Сорян, что я молчу, я просто курю. Тут перестрелки уже идут, заход на плент. Ой, Визи забирает Джаби, но тут же без головы остается, уходит он в сайт.
Get the headshot to open this up and make it a 4-on-5. Although Heroic have made their way to the center of the map, which is very uncomfortable for the CTs now.
Yeah, this is one of those positions for Tessus where you've gotta wonder, is there any value even from peeking the pit player? Because Breeze at this point recognizes this is completely open, and so Heroic, they're trying to figure out, do they want to convert towards B or towards A? And I think it's going to rely on what Stound's able to accomplish right here, right now.
Snuck in very, very deep.
Ставан уже на Б. А здесь один опорник. Ставан не топает. Автоматик там уже красный. У него остается 2% хп. Блять, блять, ну какая же грязь. Пиздец. Ну да, все, геройки пистолетку точно берут. Да, все, вторая пистолетка с геройками.
There could be a whole case study on just how good Heroic is at macro movements when they're able to pull something like that off. And yeah, Stoundy obviously couldn't go for the knife because the action started towards the other bomb site. You know that there's going to be a reaction from the CT.
12-4.
They were in the dark for so long in that round. They didn't know where the action was coming to them in. They tried to trust their setup, but
12-4, 12-4, 12-4.
It must be confusing to be told it's A and then I'm shot in the back in construction. Like I mean, it's so deep on that B bomb side.
I have to imagine, unfortunately for the EG side, that it was dead silence until contact was made by the Heroic player. I feel like there wasn't anything proactive being said, unfortunately. And you never want to play on the back foot. We saw how playing proactive, like Heroic did in the last half, can work to your benefit, even if you are on the CT side. And EG, they might want to take a page out of that book, because if you let Heroic just have full reign like that, they're going to pick you apart limb from limb.
Чё тут, диглы? Ну, ну это однокалиточный матч. Я думаю, вторая карта также будет изи. Следующий пик это Ancient. Потом оверпас, но я думаю, до оверпаса мы не дойдем. Whole bunch of things that have to line up for EG, but it's possible. It's been done before. If you can force the T side to run for a smoke in the last 15 seconds of a round like this, even if you have pistols, you can win it. But you have to get everything lined up perfectly.
It would have been lovely if Automatic had a smoke, something to just slow these T's down, because it does seem like A is what Heroic are aiming for, and we can see from the radar that there is nobody home. Так, автоматика отзонили, все, да, его отзонили, пытается он нашить, ничего не получается. Так, бомба стоит, все, Тесус ее поставил, хорошо.
You're putting it's. I feel like golfing would fit really well with your current persona. Like a little bit of reading in the like early in the day, a little bit of golfing in the afternoon. Like you can put it all together. I like it.
Drunk driving.
Yeah.
A golf cart, of course.
That's about that time. I played golf once, but it was one of those. I think it's called Top Golf thing in Vegas.
Oh yeah. I think that's the.
Ну это 13-й, все это ГГ.
The targeted hits with the driver.
Yeah, and I definitely had.
Что-то 3 раунда добрать и все, и пиздец.
Oh yeah.
Because I was just swinging the club indiscriminately. I was just so excited,
If you're not getting firm contact with it, it's gonna rattle you a little bit.
Yeah, I had no idea what I was doing, so. But it's good.
Yeah, that's a good time. That's a good way to pass the days. It really popped off golfing during the midst of the pandemic, because you could social distance pretty well, and you could be outdoors, and.
Made a resurgence.
Yeah, it actually kind of did.
Unlike EG at the moment, who are in a very tough position.
Yep.
Which is disappointing, because it did start off very well. They had the first 3 rounds in that opening half, and it was looking like maybe there could have been some kind of an interesting upset. But Heroic right now are looking just as strong as they were at the end of the last year. It's not really that surprising, I suppose.
No.
13-4 at the moment.
Snap back to reality from EG's. Not pretty. Nealon has another smoke. Okay, he might actually catch somebody here. Might do some damage with this nade.
Ну долго что-то, как героики боятся, что ли, я хуй знаю. Долго они как-то халдят.
Yeah, but EG, they've got 4 players towards A this time. They switched up the formula. They stacked.
Ой, героики, что-то как-то долго. Можете уже быстренько забирать Инферно, да и все. Так, Вис уже понимает, что там есть один игрок. Сейчас будет играть у нас Аутиматик, но он не сыграл, он умер от Джаби. Так, Бриджи Теста забирает. Кэддин Виза забрал. Хотя минус Тесос, красный Джаби. Ну, не подбитый. Ну да, красный. Хотя Джаби 15, Кэддин на 18 на 9 идет, Джаби 15 на 10. Ставан 16 на 6. Так, Нилан забрал с Юша, Кэддин на размене. 3 в 2 ситуация. Бомба ставится на Б. Так, Джаби одного забирает. Бриз также в голову забрал Джаби. Хорошо. Он красный, все, его Ставан забирает. 4-14. Не раунд за дефенс. Скучная игра. Даже не плотная. Но, в принципе, это ожидаемо, что ты хотел. ЕГЭ давно не выступали. Ну, 3 месяца точно ничего хорошего не разыгрывали. Вот Астралис и Виталити будет как-то поинтереснее. Ну, я думаю. Эх, раньше они лучше были. Ну, кто-то добирает форму, кто-то наоборот. Раньше Тайлу тоже хорошо ебошили. Но Тайлу сейчас уже не те. Нави тоже уже не те. FaZe тоже в прошлом году хорошо хуярили. Но в этом, скажем так, подупали. Они, помню, Bad New Eagles'ом проиграли. Бля, вот это был для меня нежданчик. Ой, Вис, автоматик. Тесс ставно забрали. Кэддин автоматика забирает. Ай-яй-яй, Кэддин, машина, жилистый. Ебать, Кэддин, капитан, выиграть хочет, ебать. Не, ЕГЭ, ну если только в американском регионе, да мне кажется нет, они еще ниже. Я не знаю, на каком месте там ЕГЭ. Но это игра в одну калитку. Это да.
Wow, okay. The leader gets it done. The captain of Heroic says, alright, my soldiers have fallen, but I'm still kicking.
I've got this one thing that's not even in any playbook. I just made it up on the spot. My source is that I made it up, and he just did it.
That's why the Heroic playbook is so deep. Anything can happen.
15-4. That's absolutely disturbing. Teslas is going to win that battle. And now the pressure is on. If you run back, they're going to hear it. And Yavi nearly gets the timing. 4 on 5, though. And things are just looking way too good for Heroic. Even in failure, they've found a way to make this work.
That was a beautiful clear from Tessus. And Katie, he's already trained in on the angle. Nice shot from Automatic. Takes 2 down. Okay. There's a little bit of life here for EG.
Ну давайте уже, геройки, один раунд, 3-3 ситуация.
Here with an MP9. Neelan's flirting with the idea of moving back towards A, but with Wiz controlling bracket, this is going to actually be a B play. No, not like this. Hex not even looking at the angle, and Stown takes him down. There's still another player in wait, but the flash is beautiful coming out from Tessus. If you think you have an opportunity from EG, Heroic, they already know about it.
G2 на втором месте, топ-3. Нави топ-9, да это я видел. Ну все, это 16-4. Ой, ну Джаби убей ты уже, ёлы-палы. Ну, довыёбывался. Джаби довыёбывался. Бля, 5-15. 15-5, хорошо. Джаби, сука. Ты сука ёбаная, блядь. На ножик хотел, наверное. На ножик, блядь.
Yeah, why not?
That was a beautiful double from Automatic, though.
Do you think that feels like a good round to win if you're EG, kind of knowing when you spin around, you're like, oh, he could have killed me, you know, 5 different times.
I don't think he knows. I think he probably. Oh yeah, actually, with how close he was, he definitely knew.
He must.
Yeah, he must have known. Yeah.
На ножик хотел.
Give him a little bit of confidence.
Ну хотеть не вредно.
A little bit of life here. Wiz got the op back. Okay. I want to see more from Wiz. That's what everybody's here for.
He's starting to get there. 12 kills plus actually another one from the team, right? So 13, I guess.
Yeah.
4 раунда за атаку, 1 раунд за дефенс. Ну, блядь, такое себе, это полный.
Nobody said it was going to be easy to be EG in this game. Nobody said it was going to be easy to be Wiz.
ЕГЭ, как говорится, не везет. Им бы кого-нибудь послабее. Хотя кто слабее там, ну точно не героик. Может, NaVi каких-нибудь бы. Хотя я не скажу, что NaVi слабые, но когда они инпоинтом проебали, это был пиздец. Интропиком, блядь, инпоинтом. А интересно, а фейзы сейчас на каком месте? Тоже в топ-10 входит? Что-то я забыл эту хуйню. Может сейчас разыграются парни? Хотя, ну видишь, там на тест забрали. Сьюш на размене. Нилан также Сьюша находит. Размены есть. Джаби остался один. Но если бы Джаби в спину убил, блядь, все, игра бы кончилась. Ну не будет до овертаймов. Если будет до овертаймов, ЕГЭ доиграет до овертаймов, я, бля, поржу нахуй. Да героики заберут эту игру, что смеется? Да хуй знает. Пытаются какую-то мораль найти. Ну 15-6. Они фанятся. Да, не то, что они фанятся, они просто, ну, можно и сказать, что фанятся, да, хотя такой вариант тоже подходит. Если бы хотели забрать, да, уже бы давно забрали, просто, ну, так, типа, фору какую-то дать, там, я не знаю, героикам, чтобы они, ну, то есть ЕГЭ, фору такую дать, чтобы они не расстраивались. Из-за одного молодого слили. Ну ты про кого имеешь в виду? Нормально. Тесса собрались, Юша забрали, стало на размене. Я проставно имею в виду. А чё? Ставно же не слили, а ты о чем? Фоч, ебать, мой модер подъехал. Привет, дорогой, ты на пластик залетел, так. А ты чё, мой канал нашел? Нихуя себе. Братан, Лука сразу прожимай. Мне кажется, тут немного есть баланс. Система иногда бывает, сами турниры игроки сливают. Ну, ты имеешь в виду, что вся просцена играет на БК? Плюс модерка. Ну, ты же у меня на основном модер, и здесь тоже, в принципе. Халяву залутал. Да не пизди. Халяву залутал. Вторая тактическая. Я так понимаю, тренер дает им пизды. Не знаю, но мне интересно смотреть. Не, мне КС тоже интересно смотреть. Да шучу я. А, кстати, куда я кач поставил? Кто-нибудь в курсе, нет? Что-то я его трансляцию не могу на ютубе найти. Он вроде хотел там на ютубчике стримить. Интересно, куда я кач поставил, блядь? Ебать, если он на ЕГЭ поставил, типа там, я поржу, блядь. Сука, где канал его? Куда ж ты поставил, Чаки? А, на 2-0. 3 касика на 1.47 коэффициент. А, ну Чаки в своем репертуаре. Я думаю, на ЕГЭ залил. Так, какой КС лучше? Осуждаю. Он тоже на 2.0 поставил 3К на 1.5. Ну там 1.47. Ликвиды сейчас как, норм? Ну прошлый бласт, они дошли до финала, до гранд-финала. Против G2 играли. Явно стример чат не читает ЧСВ. Сука. У него он не успевает погружаться сам. Ага, чисто. У меня просто походу стрим с задержкой идет. Хотя я поставил наименьшую задержку.
just going to have such a great amount of advanced warning. And you could see Breeze is still legging in on the other side, trying to get their Cadian. Good shot to take down automatic, and now it's pretty easy to figure out.
Ну
They've
все.
already heard the footstep. Javi's waiting for him. The barrel, keeping him
Все,
alive
все,
for a
да,
second.
все. Первая карта за геройками, 16-7, ебать.
As they bring down EG. That was their map pick. Heroic looking strong at the start of the year.
Все, скидыш, моя ставочка, плак-плак. А ты много поставил, что ли? Ты там много, что ли, залил? Ребят, спасибо за 6 лайков. Спасибо, кто ставит там от души. Я думаю, Blast на этом канале стримить. Ну, весь Blast. Потом может на основной пойти. Я хотел с 50 рублей до 1 ляма дойти. Ебать, ты загнул. Это надо, бля, по КД ставки не проебывать. Целый год, блядь. А чё так? А в каком смысле чё так? На основной пойти, что ли, стримить? У меня там еще страйк не прошел. Я хотел основной ESL Катовицу стримить. Потому что ESL Катовицу по-любому будет банить, нахуй. Раз в неделю, но меня забанят, нахуй. Там еще страйк не слетел. Я с 200 рублей 10к делал максимум. Бля, обидно, не было бы 15-8 счета. А что ты хотел? Что ты хотел, дорогой мой друг? Шо, ты так думал, что все так просто, что ли? Ебать, я богатый. А ты чё, Фоч, без ставки смотришь матч? Сегодня решил без лутки посидеть, да? Бля, кофеек бы сделать, было бы заебись. Ну, после этого матча пойду кофе сделаю, блядь. После матча пойду кофеек замочу. Ждем-с, ждем-с, ждем-с. Ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту. Да уж. Ну да. Надеюсь, следующий матч будет поинтереснее. А чё, много слил на овертаймах? 0,3 на вертайм фигня. А, копеек? Ну, вот это хуйня. Ну, а что тогда расстраиваться? Там, в принципе, расстраиваться-то нет. Нет смысла. Пока что, ребятки, подпишитесь на Телеграм, на группу ВКонтакте. Подпишитесь. Будем вас там всех ждать. Спасибо за 7 лайков, ребят. Вот вам телега. Подпишитесь туда, там вся информация выходит. Давайте оживем Телеграм, а то он сдох. Также есть еще и группа ВКонтакте, ребят. Тоже подписываемся. Где, блядь? Подписываемся еще и на группу ВКонтакте, ребятки. Залетайте. Подавайте заявку туда. Группа закрытая, но я принимаю всех. Бля. Ладно, пойду, может, чуть позже зайду. Давай, давай. Там еще пока перерыв, все дела. Я тут. А ты же сказал, уйдешь. Да сейчас пойду чайку сделаю. А, чаек, да, чаек, заебись. Вот тоже думаю пойти чайник поставить, что ли. Главное потом про него не забыть, про этот чайник, блядь. Сейчас я тогда двери приоткрою и чайник это включу. Ну, бля, поставлю, включу чайник, блядь. Ну, включу, поставлю, смысл-то один. Смысл-то один и тот же.
An uncharacteristic, rather disjointed look, I guess, from Heroic, but they do manage to push this one over the line. And now we do come onto their map pick, which is Ancient, of course, as Banks alluded to. It's just been wins after wins after wins, basically, for the side of Heroic. Then we look over at EG. They haven't played it in the last 3 months, and they've only played it twice in their whole career. Even Wiz has only played it once in the
Yeah,
official as
Exist
well.
gave us a bit of a nugget right there. You know, one time in his entire career, you're coming into a new team, you're coming into a first tier 1 event, you have to play Ancient, Heroic, the best team in the world's map pick, and you've only ever played it once in an official game. All I'm saying is best of luck Wiz, best of luck EG. It does not look good. They do get to start on the CT side, but as we spoke about, the update coming in for Ancient, it's a more T-sided map now than it were before. At least the work conditions are slightly easier, especially in regards to the mid area. I can't see a world where Heroic is not winning this.
Let's make it quick, short and sweet, Freya. You go to the restaurant, you have a whole menu. The entree has to be easy, it has to be light. It can't be too much to eat because there's a pièce de résistance coming after in Astralis versus Vitality. I've had enough of this game, it's fine. I've had enough vegetables. Let's move on to the
You're
game.
saying this is
Let's
like
get
the
rolling,
salad
you know.
before the steak.
Exactly,
you know, you don't want to eat it, you just kind of
Only 2 rounds and you had enough.
Yeah, well, let's throw this
You want
one over
rebuffs?
to a quick break, as I believe we are ready to get the action ensuing on the grounds of Ancient. It's going to be Heroic taking on
Блять,
EG.
давайте
EG to
быстрее
find that
заканчивайте
dominance
нахуй.
if they want any hopes of
ЕГЭ один хуй
third
проебут,
and
блядь.
final
Ну давайте
side.
быстрее
We'll
уже.
see how it goes down.
Why did he turn around, Jason? Make it make sense.
You're so sick, Monty. You're so sick.
He always says
Ilya.
Короче, пошел я чайник поставлю. Сейчас приду.
The prowess of the pistols.
They're coming down.
They drop down ladder. How does he manage a kill like that? AK from Hooksy recovers. And G2 out of nowhere.
Oh, they've got a little bit on a low buy too.
Pop, pop with the pistols. And we've got another tied
It
game.
felt like all the X Factor was in FaZe.
That's so sick.
Wow.
Flames is rotated off. They're putting a lot of faith in the hands of Dexter. Config's gonna challenge early.
Quietly dropped mid. And doesn't commit to B. Instead, he's clearing out A,
They
which
can't
is where
fall
the
back.
bomb is. And if the bomb tries to come back now, it's going to go right into it. But no! Why did he turn around, Jason? Make it make sense. Cadians found him. And that was a huge opportunity. That was the chance for OG. And it's just sailed right past them.
Oh, and now Config has infiltrated the CT side. What a heartbreaking maneuver. What happened?
Dude, that is brutal. That is like walking into a room. And upon getting there going like, what did I need from this room again?
Yeah,
Like
why did I come
that
here?
was like the Counter-Strike equivalent. He gets all this way up and then he's like, what am I even doing right now? And then just turns around.
Now that AK, given over to Nico, fully HP, nearly, sitting into this back sight. And it's his brother right in front. Body guarding, body blocking, and JKS goes down for essentially free. 3 CTs meant to work this forward. Utilities off of the mark. Can Hunter sell this? Can Nico clutch it? Will he be needed? Because that Tech-9 drops, and here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead, and Nico's gonna keep it back and forth.
Tuck him in, son. They're put to bed. What a round from Nico. Was that possible to defuse after that kill? I don't even know. The first 2 might have been good enough. Of course, he had to make a show of it.
This has just got to be the read. They've moved into this site. They're closing the gap. No, Util's coming out. And Bit, that is a crazy shot. One more, man. He does do damage. He threw a bit of Util down under the bomb. The molly.
Welcome back once again. Second map is coming up. We've got EG and Heroic, and you know, in spite of EG trying to run it back a little bit there on Inferno, Heroic just look really good at the moment. Can EG do anything to stop them on the second map?
Oof. Not given the stats that James Banks fed me in the off time. The fact that nobody from EG, no 2 players as a core unit, have played Ancient. This is a punish pick coming out from Heroic. And I think that it's kind of odd that EG have actually never really played Ancient, but then I think about it a little more, and it's because they don't really go deep enough in tournaments that people can or need to punish them.
Yeah, that might be true. I mean, it feels like they might not have the sort of internal experience playing with each other on the map. We know Heroic are going to be good on this particular map. Everything seems to be stacked up against them, so it'll have to be EG to shock and surprise us to even get this close. Heroic looks so good right now.
Yeah, and I don't even think that they can really rely on their up-and-comer in Wiz that much. He wasn't really playing this map too much either with the previous iteration of EG that he was on, and we can see that Heroic, they're already going for an explosive play. Hex, he has a smoke that would likely be used for a retake, but he wants to actually just control some space right here. But Heroic, they're not even respecting the smoke, jumping right on through, and that's one for nil. Oh my goodness, actually, wow, EG, they're on the site already, and Heroic, that was a perfect smoke from Hex. Okay, I gotta put this out there. Hex had the counter. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and it enabled everybody else from EG right there. Well done.
Great flank through the middle. They won every single fight that they needed to. That was a good setup, and a nice start for EG, which obviously they need to keep this going now. They let Heroic early into the game on Inferno, and that can't be the case here. Just they have to power through. And Heroic, they're just gonna buy it. They're like, all right, fine, have some Tech 9.
They might run the same play. They're just rushing once again.
Yeah, Tech 9's to lead. Hex, that MP9 is doing great work. That's a good double. Buys some time, slows everything down enough for the rest of EG to really get here. Gabby's trying to fight it home, but it's not going to be possible. So yeah, good. Even the couple of kills there just buys the extra time. It slows everything down, and that's good to see. They withstand a second B rush.
All right. 2-0 for EG. Biggest lead that they've had this series.
Yes.
2 rounds. Heroic trying to show no respect there, playing quite quickly. And just like that CS money fast and easy, that's how EG feel about it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a little bit like what they're doing on Inferno, right? Once they felt like they had the confidence Heroic, they really tried to abuse it as much as possible and just let EG know that we're on a different level. So probably maybe just trying to keep that same philosophy going. But now that they've been shut down, it'll be interesting to see how they're going to bring it back.
Yeah, and we haven't even really brought up the fact that starting off big for Heroic, I mean, with how lopsided this matchup is, you would think that it doesn't really matter as much if they get a hot start, but Ancient still is very CT-sided, so this is not something that you can just count your chickens on if you're on the offense.
No, that's very true.
They got to shape up. Heroic definitely have to shape up. They're probably feeling a little bit overconfident from the previous map and how things went there, but EG, they're not slouches. They're still professional players too. Gotta show them the respect that they deserve.
Здесь уже ЕГЭ 2-0.
Winning that respect early on here on the map, so we'll see. Rifles are going to be picked up once again. No AWP
Камбэк от ЕГЭ пошел, что ли?
AKs and plenty of them. There is an AWP on Wiz though, so that's a nice luxury to have, especially.
Сейчас подойду, чаек намучу. Ну, то есть кофе. 3-0 ЕГЭ, нихуя себе.
Okay, this is not something I expected to see so early. Heroic trying to get into red room immediately. They want to hunt down Nealon, but he has deployed some excellent defensive utility, but Tessus disrespects it. Wow, that is bold from him, but his teammates, they've been cut off. That's one prong of the attack eliminated, but they still should have a bomb plan here on this A side.
Yeah, not the most traditional position, but that kind of is explained by the route that they even got there. So 3 versus 4, and EG have to put up a really good retake, but look at Heroic already. They're ready to fight way outside of the bomb site. They want to put the pressure on EG. They know that some of them are going to be retaking from this position. There's 3 people waiting for them. Wiz taken down by Cadian, and now it's right back into a 2-on-2. No smoke at the moment to try and cover that bomb, but it doesn't even matter. Automatic and Breeze. Good couple of shots with the kit on top. EG are going to be able to win the round, but that could have got so scary. I was really worried about the lack of a smoke there. If it turns into a 1-on-1, I don't think you're going to be able to defuse.
That was a very hectic situation for the side of EG, but they were able to piece it together. The man advantage was just too much for them. That early hold towards Donut, I think that was Hex that found the multi-frag early on. That was instrumental there. And we see that the retake was well pieced together, automatic with that late take towards CT, and then the final kill onto the bomb site. EG up 4-0. But something also to talk about really quickly is Heroic. They were able to get mid last round, and yet the Magic Molly is no longer there on this map. So that is impressive map control coming out from them, but they weren't able to secure the round. So we'll have to see how many times they're able to find this sort of space. It's not looking good in this one already.
And Nealon sneaking in through Donut, just able to pick up Stown. A nice start. And because of some of the earlier rounds from EG, even if that last one ended in a 2-1-2, which is going to take away a lot of rifles on the EG side, they still have somebody to work with. Heroic need to, even if they're going to lose some of these early rounds, they need to make it a bit more expensive. They need to make sure that EG are at least feeling the economy side of this. Because like you pointed out, otherwise this could be a very CT-sided map. EG could be in for a good little string of rounds here. Looks like Heroic want to see if they can test that A defense, but there's already 2 people here, and Wiz is not that far away from being a 3rd man on the site. Smokes are set up to try and get in, and makes them able to swing really wide into the bomb site. 50 seconds on the clock, and they're going to go straight for the bomb plant, but hear the smoke. They're ready. AK and M4 on the other side, and Shush is denied.
There's nowhere to stand for Heroic. They can't get the bomb down, but they're making a proactive play regardless. In typical Heroic fashion, they are the masters of their own destiny, but Hex, he's aware of this, and he's holding the line. Takes down Tessis, KD in 2. There is nowhere for Heroic to go. 5-0 for Evil Geniuses.
That's pretty good. That's
Нихуя себе 5-0 ЕГЭ. 5-0.
There's a slowdown. We have to know that Heroic could be pushing us instead of worrying about the
5-0.
Next. Yeah, well done. Couple of kills to secure the round.
Who are you? Bit existential in nature. Okay, that's a. I like the trash talk. It's coming out early. Apparently, we have been alerted. Also, I think James Banks was
5-0 ЕГЭ. 5-0.
Was throwing out a little bit of trash talk last game. So, Cadian, he's not looking his usual jovial self. He realizes that he has to center himself, the troops, and their strategy, because what they are going for thus far, it is not working.
Maybe that "who are you" question really got to him. It's like it landed deep. You were like,
Да, я в шоке. Я чутка в шоке. Ну это типа диффенс, ладно. Даже не 5-0, это 6-0. Кто-нибудь еще в шоке, что 5-0 ЕГЭ? 5-0, сука. 5-0, ебаный в рот. Я в ахуе.
It might be Heroic's round, but a good flick to take down Stown, and it's a 3-on-3. Bomb not being planted because Cadian is taking this.
Все, я тут, я удачи приношу героям. А, геройкам.
You wouldn't guess that Cadian is this deep.
No, there has to be a trade. I don't know if Nealon's going to completely expect this. No, he does not. Cadian, oh, he spotted a shoulder. Oh,
бля, ну Нилан все-таки у него девайс есть, а у Кэдина его нет. А, они вообще под А пошли. Под А поставили бомбу. Я в шоке, что ЕГЭ 5 раундов набрали. Вот это я сходил кофейку намутить. Вот это я сходил. Бриз еще тест забрал. Все, один Сьюш остался. Но он Бризи тоже не убил. 6-0, ебать. 6-0. Вот вам и Анубис. Вот вам ЕГЭ. Ну, походу, реально может быть 1-1. Похоже, реально.
As it does feel like Heroic had an opportunity there, and I think that the meta of Ancient has switched once again. I mean, when this map came out, it felt like it was a 12-3 CT side favored. Then there were a couple changes, maybe 9-6, and now it's very.
Да уж, если ЕГЭ проебут, то достойно проебут. Но пока еще не проебали. Тут сейчас еще и фор зайдет, и ТБ по картам. Не, ну если
bring the team
они смогут, ну,
into any game, it feels
за
like.
атаку играть.
It's 6-0 to begin with. Mid control this time for EG, feeling a bit more confident perhaps. They can stay here as long as they have the nades to back it up. But when they run out of those, eventually they'll have to back up a little bit further.
Надо продержаться.
Yeah, it looks like Heroic, they do have mid retake procedures in tow. This will be coming out. We see that front of cave has been smoked off. Likely we'll be seeing that other utility slowly being pieced together. And Heroic, they found that space.
Yeah, it's cost them a bit of time, but
Хотя бы 3 раунда взять. Ну 3 мало будет. Им желательно побольше набрать.
They can be turned into almost any round from here. Breeze is going down early. That's Cadian finding the shot into Donut. Puts a lot of pressure on the A-bomb site. Nealon's kind of listening in on this and probably calling it out, saying, yeah, there's a lot of action here. I'm hearing them running. Question is automatic. He actually commits. He could have maybe waited to try and find it, but he wants to be the hero and hold the entire site on his own. It's not going to happen. Stan will take it.
Извините.
And it's a 3-on-5 that I'm not sure EG want to fight.
Да, блядь.
This was a very well pieced together round for Heroic there. The contact play to take down Breeze, who I think was playing Donut, and then automatic. He had the opportunity. He had the keys in his hand, but he fumbled. And that is not going to do it. So Heroic, they're going to put their first on the board there with just changing up the pace. It felt like first few rounds here, they really wanted to just keep the momentum coming in from Inferno. They wanted to play fast. They wanted to play quick. But EG, they showed that they're a team that needed to be respected. And because of that, Heroic showed a little bit of their playbook. They showed that they have a way to switch the tempo up. They showed that once you settle into the spots that you like, we have ways to dislodge you, and we have ways to actually take ground on top of that.
Looking at the scoreboard for Heroic, it's kind of crazy. I mean, like, they have almost no kills. I think top fragging is at 4 kills. I think someone still has 0. They're really, yeah, there we go, shush. Generally speaking, they haven't even had much to say in the rounds that we've been playing so far.
Yeah, that's not the usual Heroic that we have been used to seeing, at least for the last 6 or so months. Feels like everybody's been such a consistent contributor, but still early days. And I'm sure that Shush will find a way to have some solid impact in this game. He was stellar for them in the previous year. A huge reason why they could run so many of the different plays that they had, because they could just leave Shush on an island, and he always knew a way to play to block, to play to multi-frag, or even just to find some info very safely. So, not always the point of emphasis for Heroic, but a guy that has to do a lot of dirty work. And he's a guy that deserves a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, it's usually very hard to highlight in the middle of all the action, but you could probably make a little mini documentary just following Shush around and seeing all the work that he does. I agree. So you almost always are going to be underrated if you're in that position, but yeah, it's worth highlighting every once in a while. 6-1 the scoreline, moving into the 8th round, and through the smoke, before they even step foot in the middle, it's Breeze to take down Tess. It's got to feel like some good revenge for dying early in the previous round. And what is the follow-up for Heroic? They really wanted that mid-control.
This is Heroic trying to go for the same play. They went for the same sort of late mid-control, but there was a good counter smoke there at that elbow, and I think EG deployed right in the nick of time, and that gave Breeze an easy opener. And now we see actually that Heroic, they don't have a lot of time to work with. 25 seconds, they're going to have to rush one of these positions if they want to find any in on the round.
Oh, this feels very awkward, doesn't it? Just looking at the timer, 17 seconds. And now they're going to be making noise. Everyone knows what's coming. A bit of a missed opportunity, but Breeze is still here, and he catches Shush. Good turnaround. He could have had that double. Going to go right for the bomb plant. Nealon is there to try and see if he can shut it down. He's going to get 2 kills, which is about as good as stopping the bomb on itself, because it's a 1 versus 4 at the end, and Stown could never make it out of that one. So 7-1 the scoreline, and EG again looking well in control.
Yeah, after that opening pick, EG were just able to find the way to turtle. They were able to find the rotations that they needed. You could see that even though Heroic were gaining some ground onto the bomb site, they had to basically lock down every single opening if they wanted a chance to hold on to it. So, good look once again for EG. They really found out what Heroic were able to do in the previous round that was successful for their opposition, and they were able to think one step ahead this time around, and it's causing Cadian Exist a timeout.
Well, I mean, it now feels like the point in time where you want to try and do that. Just get everything a little bit centered. You have some things that have... You had at least one round where you had the opening at B with a little bit of a rush, and you had a couple of rounds where you maybe had some action in middle, but other than that, it's been hard to find early success at all for Heroic.
Yeah, I think that they have to start thinking about cave again, start thinking about B lane. They've really put this emphasis towards middle. They've been trying these A splits repeatedly. They've even been trying to get into the red room at top mid, but going to the tried, the tested B lane approach, banana, cave, whatever you want to call it, any of those positions, it's something that they have to consider because mid has been very strong for EG.
Well, so far they are trying to test Cave up just a tiny bit, trying to figure out what's happening. Cadian's going to be taking out Breeze again.
Wow. That's
the one round they have so far, Heroic. It's based on that same kill, so maybe they can do it one more time. Automatic here with the M4A4, and he's going to go down with the opening 5 versus 3. And starting to look good. EG can still fight this round, but they can try and stack it and just be very proactive. But if Heroic slow this down enough, they should be in a winning position.
5 versus 3. This is an opportunity you cannot give up if you are Heroic. With how hard these rounds have been for them, they play the waiting game. Stound's able to collect. Nealon falls. A good position to punish from Stound. And now Hex is a cave by his lonesome. He's going to have to come up with something miraculous if he wants to bring this back for EG. I think that Heroic have an idea that there could be another player in cave. We're seeing the diligence come out from Stound here. But Hex is able to get one.
Ooh, good spray through, and Wiz is picking up Shush as well. For just a minute, I was hoping that maybe we'd see some sort of ninja defuse, but I think you're right. They were going to check that every single time. Cadian has flashed, and lucky to be alive. He just barely made it around the corner. 3 versus 2 at the moment, and with that bomb already ticking quite far, EG, they've got to worry about the rifles as well. Even if they have the money, the one thing that could let Heroic back into this first half is if they lose all the rifles and suddenly lose the economy behind it. That's got to be a really scary thought. But second round for Heroic at the very least, 7-2. They can still make it back into this first half. This is absolutely not done yet.
Oh, for sure. There's definitely an opportunity for Heroic to run away with this half. We saw that they tested Cave there after finding the opening pick as Cadian went battle op mode here. That's not something you're usually seeing from Cadian, just swinging out that wide. We found it, but I mean, if it works, why not? Call your own number. I think that's kind of been a point that some critics of Heroic have drawn into question before. Cadian sometimes calling a play for himself when you have this wealth of rifles, but the confidence that he has shown in the latter half of last year, even in the last map, I mean, why not?
And it looks really impressive when it works. So yeah, it is hard to argue against. Obviously, could be a bit of bias there because you remember all of the good times and maybe you forget the times where it fails. He certainly has other options if he needs to. Mid control once again for the Heroic side, so they're going to be able to get that without too much damage. And Nealon here, very awkward position to be in if they come through the middle. He has to find a new spot to stand, and he's just around the corner, but you could already tell he was never going to be in the right position. Breeze goes down, and they make that play for the A-bomb site. No problem.
That was clinical for Heroic. It just felt like EG had no chance. After they lost that ground, Heroic knew exactly how to convert onto that bomb site. And now EG, they feel like
ребят, я здесь, я тут кофейку себе намутил. Я тут кофе себе сделал. Да, я здесь. Я тут себе супику. О, хорош, хорош. Третий раунд. Нихера себе, 7-0, 7-3. Неплохо. Сейчас чуть 2-5 героики не отлетели. Ну, чуть не считается, раунд-то взяли. 7-3.
Changing gears just a little bit. The speed behind that round, you could see Nealon just getting completely caught off guard.
Yeah, no idea that that attack was going to be coming that quickly. And we see that there's an attempted recovery from this player swinging from Temple to Cadian. He's holding the line. Cadian had that shot actually in a post plant early on in this game, and he missed it. And it probably felt like a huge opportunity that he whiffed on.
Пацаны серьезно стали. Ну почему бы им серьезно не стать? Им пора раунды набирать. Первые катки прям семьялись. А что ты хотел, Анубис? Это КТ карта. За КТ проще играть. Ну им хотя бы сейчас еще раунда 3 взять. 6-9, в принципе, будет играбельно для героев. Но пока они начали очень плохо.
Yeah, with how Ancient is playing nowadays, I think that you're very happy with 5. 3 is okay, like, I would say it's mediocre, but if you have 5, you feel pretty good. So, Cave emphasis once again. You see that Hex, Automatic, and Wiz are the B defenders at this
Сорян, я тут кушаю немного. Чё, все равно смотрит 3 человека. Чай не особо. Уже 2. Приятного, спасибо. Все равно ты один смотришь. Чё, я поем.
And he kind of ran to that ramp with the smoke out, so potentially a little bit risky. But look at the Roy. They say, you know what? We feel like there's a lot of utility used on this B bomb site. Maybe we want to switch it up, which seems risky. I mean, there's not going to be that much time left by the time they can recommit to the A bomb site.
Yeah, there was a smoke actually deployed, I think, from Breeze towards A main, and it's not actually even going to impede Heroic. They're clearing out mid now, EG, but this smoke is going to fade
Это хоть поинтереснее. Ну пока да, 7-3.
Swing is in, and they're at least going to be able to trade it. 5 seconds left. Automatic, he's going to get one there, and a follow-up headshot. The bomb is just planted. It's down on the
Даже не 7-3, уже 8-3. Сейчас будет вообще смешно, если ИГ 2-1 выиграют. Это будет вообще такой нежданчик, блядь.
And they're still not on that bomb defuse. They have a kit on Nealon, so time is not really the big issue. That jump nearly got him killed. He's still in it fighting, and now they're going to come try and run him down.
Пиздец.
And finally, Automatic able to pick up the kill at the end. A good round from him, but that got so close.
Yeah, he played around the bomb very well, but just couldn't connect with the shots. And so EG, they're able to survive. A nice clear from EG actually towards middle there in the mid round, just making sure that they weren't completely devoid of information. It allowed them a very clean fight as Automatic takes 2 down from that spot. And yeah, this is just a nice conversion.
Надо было выходить.
He was getting contested a lot earlier in this game.
Ну да, что-то они, ну они расслабились после первой карты. Это видно, героики расслабились. Если они эншот проебут, они в тильт уйдут, они в тильт пойдут.
You know, at one point in time, I was very confused when people took timeouts out of victories. But I feel like now it's just so ingrained. People, you understand, you know, sometimes you want to brush up a couple of things, or you just want to make sure people don't get too, you know, adrenaline bombed and just get too nervous in the middle of the game.
That's a round that it felt like was very much so earned from EG. So for Vorborg and the rest of the EG guys to try to center themselves after that, can't really blame them too much.
Ебать, 8-3.
Don't want to give this up.
Ну это КТ-карта, я не знаю, как будут играть они за атаку. Это, кстати, пик команды Герой. Нормально, они себе эншот пикнули, блядь. Ну хоть, ну надеюсь, за КТ затащат. Потому что это будет пиздец. Это будет ёбнуться.
Huge gravity pull here. All of EG worried about the CT spawn at the moment. Nealon going to be dropping Jabby. This is looking pretty good for the defense, although they're going to be careful still. Double kill for him, and they are boxed into this tunnel. 3 on 3, and the bomb planted. Yeah, it's actually lost in CT spawn. That bomb's so far away. Does it spread?
Кэдин, надо убить. Не, Кэдин не убил. Автоматик еще и авик подобрал. Ебать, 9-3. Сейчас кто-нибудь такого расклада ожидал? Напишите в чате. 5 человек смотрит. Кто-нибудь такого расклада ожидал? Я нет. Я думал, Эншин тоже будет в одну калитку.
Nealon definitely the hero of this particular round. Double kill to slow it all down. I mean, especially because one of this, that's the bomb dropping right there. So Nealon just doing excellent work, and as you pointed out, this quick scope is...
I can't even see the scope come out, but I trust the graphic.
Yeah.
That's one of those moments you just gotta believe in the graphic.
My God. All right. That's gonna really. That's gonna take EG a huge
Бля, если они
step in
сейчас
the right
Ancient
direction,
проебут,
actually winning this
вот если
match.
они Ancient сейчас проиграют, геройки, они сейчас в тильт на оверпассе будут. Они будут в тильте и 2-1 ЕГЭ. Вот это будет хата. Я так буду ржать нахуй, если это так будет.
Staying alive there in the back temple area towards CT spawn and making sure that Heroic couldn't actually enact their plan that they so drilled. 9-3 and Heroic, they're on their last legs when it comes to a.
Сейчас я молока принесу, ребята, отойду.
Both of these teams, the loser of this is probably losing 2 rounds straight up.
И все мои ставки будут проебаны, это пиздец.
Heroic would be a ticket right back into the game, but for EG would be letting go of a really
Сейчас я подойду,
hard
ребят.
fought lead that they've been nursing for a bit here. Wiz is going to start it off. Julian goes down, trying to challenge that ramp on the B bomb side.
Flashed off the angle, already deploying some utility. Can never be too safe in these kinds of positions when you're playing against Heroic. Now Stown, let's see if he can find something. He has alerted EG to his presence with that AWP. And Wiz, it feels like he has been money in some of these defensive angles.
A bit of pressure on him though. Molotov's at his feet. Stown backing off to try and see if he can reclaim this position once again, but this time it's not a flashbang, it's a smoke instead obscuring his view. Gabby's been on the other side of the map waiting while the rest of Heroic have been here, so he's probably getting a little bit bored by now. Look like he's going to go back and check what's happening in the middle or in T-spawn. 40 seconds on the clock and still a 3-man setup, and that, they waited for a long time, and that kill would have been so important. Missed opportunity.
That could have been the in for Heroic, because we look at their utility now and they only have a smoke, a Molotov. You expect that one lane's going to be smoked, the other Molotoved out. It's exactly the play that Heroic had in store, but breaching this bomb site still will be so difficult, but Tessus makes it possible.
Oh, and Wiz wanting to get back into it, walks right into the scope. Automatic though, he's going to get one for the smoke. That makes it a little bit easier. Stown and Shush, the bomb is freshly planted, so they're going to have to defend it for a real long time. First opportunity is there. Stown with the AWP. Not his usual weapon, but he's done a good job so far. And now the Mac 10 on the other side. Neil, and he's got no head armor, so this weapon is still going to hurt. And Shush, he's thinking about it. He had a very slow start. The defuse, he's holding it in, but there comes the swing, and Shush, he is so close. Almost gets it, but not quite enough. The headshot would have done it, and instead, it's EG to pick up the round.
Oh, the added tension of Nealon not having a helmet there. Coming down to just one more bullet from Shush. He's had a quiet game, almost the redemption arc starting right there, but it wasn't enough. But this was a beautiful entry from Tessus, and I'm surprised Heroic were able to find a way into this with such limited utility. Goes to show how skilled some of these players are, that even when they are in unfavorable positions, the firepower on the team is still good enough to go toe-to-toe with one like EG. But Nealon able to close it out. That is almost Heroic pulling one out of the hat. Just falling short. And once again, a one round from EG, yet they're the ones to call the timeout.
They need to keep the pressure on all the way through. There's no doubt. They've put in so much work, and we've seen this especially in these games where we've got a huge underdog. You've seen it where you walk it almost all the way home.
Так,
and
я
then
молочка
right
себе
at the end, you
налил,
give up a couple of
заебись.
crucial rounds, and you're just toast in the second half. So I
А
feel
что там
like,
такое было
sure,
интересно?
yeah, trying to make
10-3,
this 12-3
ебать.
half, make sure that Heroic feel absolutely trash coming into the second half. Why not?
Put him in the dirt. That's what EG want to do. But Heroic going for yet another fast mid play. This has been mixed results, and this time around, Stown, he's dancing around the flames, but he's a firewalker. 15 HP, but he's still able to find the frag. Now Hex takes a little bit of damage, and Breeze on the rotation has a lot of ground to recover. This is looking like Heroic has just opened one up with just a single frag and just a quick play.
That looked so awkward for Stown in the beginning when he was sort of pushed back by the Molotov, and it looked like he was in no man's land at the middle, and then it just works. What an opening, what a round.
Yeah, I can't believe he was able to get that one. That is supposed to be Nealon's fight, but you know, sometimes playing around those Molotovs, the visibility, it's tough. And even though Nealon had his back against a dark surface, which is usually the key in those kinds of visibility matchups, Stown was able to see him. So
Сорян, ребят, хожу
I need to see
туда-сюда.
Stown's
Времени
optometrist
на вторую
because,
карту. Времени нет,
guys
все,
have
я вроде
Hawkeyes.
свободен, полностью поел. Все дела.
That's so crazy. All right, so Heroic get their fourth round.
10-4, блядь, это такой счет, пиздец, я в ахуе.
Spam through.
Я не знаю, что сказать, я в ахуе.
I truly don't know.
yeah, kind of on the edge of the tip of the
Я
flame.
хуею.
Nealon, you gotta play right in the middle of the flame. There's no more advice there. That's just Stown hitting a headshot, honestly. I mean, that's a brute force entry from Heroic, and the rest of the players were able to convert because of that.
What a luxury to have on your team.
Ребят, что скажете об этом в чате? Пишите, что это такое. Это бред ебаный.
Waiting for someone to ask that exact thing.
Why didn't you say it sooner?
Oh, here we go. Something that we sometimes see FaZe do a little bit. This very aggressive push down, especially with a MAC-10 as well, or an MP9 in this case. You just try.
Я просто в шоке,
push down
блядь.
with those SMGs and get a little bit of map control. And you can hold it for quite a while. Heroic, they will have heard it. Gabby's out here just lurking around waiting, which is what he does on the map for a lot of the time on the T side.
Heroic, once again, they're getting this top mid position. It's Wiz that'll be tested. Nealon has been thriving in this spot, but Wiz, without that AWP,
Я не знаю, что сказать. Геройки, вы долбоебы дачанские, блядь. Я же говорю, блядь, что геройки, что астралисы. Эти вот две пидорастые команды, которые надо добавить нахуй в черный список. Эти уебищные команды, блядь. Нельзя ставить на героиков, нельзя ставить... Вообще нельзя ставить на дачан ебаных. Тогда астралисы кому проебали? Блядь, не трики там, а кому же вы проиграли? А, хитам проебали астралисы. Хитам проиграли астралисы, хитам, сука. Пиздец, они в такой уебищной форме. Я в ахуе. 11-4. Прошлая карта была 11-4, теперь это 11-4. Это пиздец. Ебать. Сука, одним словом, датчане, блядь. Вот реально, просто одним словом, датчане, сука. Пиздец, я в ахуе. Ребятки, подпишитесь на группу ВКонтакте по-братски. Подайте заявочку, я всех вас там жду. Одним словом, датчане, блядь. Блять, хуйню скопировал. И я в шоке, блядь. 11-4, сука. 11-4. 50 тысяч онлайна. Это пиздец.
I just see some people trolling me. A player or an animal do this. I think a player, probably not a good one, but a player.
Someone smashes the color on the paper and just like do it with his finger. But I'm not sure why there is so many dots that are like going out of the USP, and they're also not only going out of the USP, they look so. They're just, you know, a mess. Every drawing is a mess, and I'm not sure who to blame.
Yeah, I would just say USP 0.
I think the skin is USP.
Это они типа USP смотрят. Пытаются понять, что за USP.
I think the skin is skill confirmed, even though it's black and scribbled and stuff. I can't think of anything else that looks kind of similar.
Dualies. How can I know Dualies is skins? Oh.
Это типа хуёво нарисовано, как будто ребенок нарисовал.
All I can think of is like they'll blindfolded or something.
Ну нет, скорее всего не ребенок рисовал, а может быть и ребенок, но скорее всего нет, скорее всего просто типа накалякали, отгадают ли киберспортсмены, на что это похоже. Или нет? Я с датчан тоже в ахуе. Я думаю, тут изи 2-0. А тут ёбли в одну калитку. Но это Ancient. Это КТ-карта. И, в принципе, это 100 раз было доказано, что это КТ. Это 1000 раз было доказано. Ну, напикали хуйню. Ну, ты понимаешь, что они еще расслабились. И вот таком, ну, на таком расслабоне. И ЕГЭ не ушли в тильт. Решили камбэкать. А геройки обосрались. Ну, я не знаю, как это еще описать.
Telling them that their map choice was wrong. EG came into this map with none of these two players having played Ancient in this team's history, and yet they are up 11-4 against the #1 team in the world who is counter-picking them. So, yeah, tell it, Hext.
I'm enjoying Hext with the shout-outs. Now, all they have to do is not screw this up. Easy for any other region in the world. Maui, but this is an NA team.
For NA, it's different.
It's just different.
This is the hard part.
This is the hard part.
Getting the lead all day, but closing it out, that's the big question. Tessus, oh no, not like this.
Во, включились геройки, во. 11-5. Камбэк пошел.
Supposed to be an A exec, but Heroic didn't even see the nades. All they saw was blood on their screens.
Yeah, great mechanical ability being pulled out there with the USPs. And also just having the right people in the right positions here, obviously, for that kind of an A jump. So, a lot of different ways you could have positioned yourself, but this is perfect. So, good start on the second half for Heroic, which we'll see how long that keeps going for. EG went on a nice run to start the first half with. We'll see if the Danes could do something similar here. They're kind of all starting to get there. Shush with 0 kills for a long time, but he started to wake up a little bit. Good flash in the middle.
О, пошла ёбка. 11-6, геройки камбэчат. Да не верю, что геройки отлетят, но, блядь. Сейчас возьмут, да еще и проебут. Это будет вообще смешно. Это будет реально смешно. Ну, если они проебут. Как думаете, датчаны проебут? Ребятки, давайте присоединяемся к чатику. Давайте общаться. Я не знаю, как-то активность вернем.
Going into overpass, it's not an easy map to play against Heroic either, right? It's not like things are going to be looking up for EG all that much if we get to that third map, but I think it would still be quite a statement, even if they could do that. I would be impressed by EG, so they're not that far off.
Чё, никто в чат не хочет ничего не написать? Один человек только пишет, и все. Ребята, что так необщительно? Вроде бы чат для всех открыт. Ну, бля, 11-6. 5 раундов надо еще взять. Кэдди на дома забрал, хорош. Ну, такая неплохая хаешка. Бля. Ну во, за КТ перешли. Все, начали раунды набирать. А то я думал уже ГГ. Хотя 2 в 2, ёлы-палы, 2 в 2. Бомба на беду лежит. И времени на бомбу-то нет. Времени тоже хуй. Ай-яй-яй, Бризи нашли. 11-7, камбэк пошел.
But you can see Heroic, they're so much quicker with it. They're always looking for a way to find information as a pair or
Бля, Визик опять своего убил.
always just carving out their own future.
Джаби такой, ай-яй-яй. Что я делаю?
You're not expecting for a second player, and if you find out there's a second player, you're not expecting for a second player to also be in donut. It's just so unlikely that that's how the stack would play out.
Yeah, a weird setup on top of a weird mid-aggression. I mean, there's so many different things that Heroic are doing in that round to upset the balance of what EG thinks a standard ancient round should be looking like. So that's something that you have to credit Heroic for, and it's something that you know that they're just going to keep doing for the rest of this game, and probably for the rest of this roster's history.
I mean, it's working really well for them, so no reason to change it all that much. Ooh,
nice shot.
Good AK on the other side. Saved in the previous round. Shush looked like the timing was with him. Looked like he had the right idea, but he couldn't win the fight. And that's a bit awkward. Put some pressure on the Heroic side. 11-7 is still a pretty good scoreline. I mean, they're in a good position either way, but if they steal this round, EG with a single saved AK, that would certainly put some fear into Heroic.
Especially given the fact that it was the young gun in Hex who was able to deliver that first frag. Now, Yabi, he wants a little bit of information back, and Hex, what? No way! He had a Glock! They left him out just to get
Нормально с
some
Глока
information to
убил.
collect that info, and yet he's able to find a kill on top of it. This guy is looking like the Terminator right now for EG. No way, not another pistol kill. Can't do it like this.
Да ну нахуй.
EG, you can't actually...
Ладно, хотя бы тесты состава нам убили. Я уже думаю, сейчас проебут раунд. Еба, Тесос, машина. Некс красный, он уже ничего не сделает. Да, все. Некс красный, сука. Краснопюлький наш.
In terms of contributions from his teammates, I can't believe he wins that fight versus Yabi there. That is crazy
Ну,
stuff.
назвать, что это потно, нет.
Okay.
Потно не могу. Да не потно, 11-8. Пока что ЕГЭ ни одного раунда не взяли за атаку. Геройки хотя бы 4, но взяли. Вот если бы они ни раунда не взяли за атаку, вот это было бы больно. А за КТ-то они кабэкнут. Ну, надеемся. Надеюсь я на это.
We see that Heroic, though, they're pushing from cave at the same time, meeting them and greeting them. Sound is looking so
Еба, машины. Все. Тесты с составом включились, это ГГ. ЕГЭ пока. Ебать, что они делают? Бля, аутоматик красный, его сейчас дожмут. Он уже ничего не сделает. Хотя Тесоса тоже убил. Пытается нашить, пытается. Ну, блин, аутоматик 21-11 идет, нихуя 2 КД. В 2 КД чувак идет. 11-9 Кэдин. Еба.
Yeah, there we go.
Man, this is a demo to watch.
It gets worse every time. Every new kill is like, wait a minute, but I have more questions. Can slow it down. Keeps going.
That's even just hard to communicate if you're EG. What I don't know what you need to say or what you need to cover. You just don't expect him to make those maneuvers.
There's a wild animal in the middle, and you have to leave. You have to get out.
Yeah.
Ну вот разрыв, вот все. Геройки поплыли, ТБ пробиты, я так думаю, и все, и ГГ. Так, Кэдин Нилана забрал. Хорош. Так, ТС с одного, второго забирают. Минус Визи, минус Бризи, бля. Там еще натопал Аутиматик с фармилки. Аутиматик, чё ж ты так натопал-то, как слон? Сьюша Аутиматика забирает. Пытается жить Некса. Ну, не живет. Это 11-10. Блять. Собаки, ебаный в рот. Сейчас я окно закрою. А то у меня собаки лают.
With the headshots over at this bomb site has been pretty impressive. And once again, like you mentioned earlier, the proactive plays even on the CT side here, as they were taking this fight. Shush was pushing in the middle. He was ready to capture them. It's so hard for EG to set up something without also being set up on at the same time.
It's just so tough to play Counter-Strike when you're supposed to be on the offense, you're supposed to be dictating the pace, but then the opposing defense.
Тренер аж за сердце держится, тренер ЕГЭ. Блять, мы проебываем. 11-4 было, 11-10. Ай, как же так мы проигрываем, блять, я хуею просто, сука. Как же мы проебываем, боже, блять, какой цирк. Геройки просто, блять, я в шоке, нахуй. Я так думаю, те, кто поставил на 2-0, блять, там, наверное, уже прокляли их, нахуй. Ну, я думаю... Ребята, кто ставил на 2-0 геройки? Пишите в чате, есть такие ребята. Какое мнение было о первой половине, о героиках? Я думаю, 100% недоброе. Но это всего лишь 11-10. Блять, надо было 2-0 поставить. А там на 2-0 1,40 коэффициент. Там ты 100 рублей бы поставил, 40 рублей выиграл бы. Да, чат что-то у нас не особо общительный. Я, бля, хуй знает, что с этим делать. Я даже не знаю, что с этим делать.
So dirty.
He's inside the smoke. The timing, it could not have been more obscure from Hex's point of view. If he dies here, he's going to watch.
Устава Некса должен забирать. А, Некса забрал. Там Бризи тоже умер, Нилан умирает. А, не, Бризи еще живет. Нилан умер, Аутиматик отставно сдох. Все. 11-11, ТБ и все. ГГ. ТБ и ГГ.
We saw Stown finding that single timing that he could have slotted himself into that smoke, which more or less looked like a missed smoke from Heroic. That's what Hex thought it was, and we see that it's actually all part of the master plan that Stown was crafting up, and there it is.
ТБ и ГГ.
All of the fruits of their labor from Heroic just coming right there. That's just they're so hard to play against. It's a team play sometimes to take
11-11, паритет.
Individuals taking space from you. This is when Heroic just feels so empowered.
Чё, тут один калашик, так на диглы. По 250. Ну, у героиков все шикарно, ни раунда не проиграли. Not that far away, and they're on the ramp. Oh, this is good in the middle of rotation. The timing is epic here for EG. Ой, Нилан Кейдена убил, но тут же Тесса на размене. Нилан Тесса забирает. Ставан не смог убить. Сука, Хита не смог убить. Это 12 для ЕГЭ. Это, походу, первый раунд для ЕГЭ. Может быть. Даже, скорее всего, не может быть. А 2 в 4 ситуация. Бля. Бризи забирает Джаби. Нилан находит Сьюша. Первый раунд за Т-сторону. 12-11. Нихуя себе. Gaps. We saw there that Heroic, they were in a position or a point of transition. They were trying to go for a mid play. They were trying to find some space on that side of the map. And in that exact moment, that's when EG. Сейчас я, короче, пока сделаю кое-что. You play the numbers game. You play the whole half, knowing that's always going to be a possibility that at sometimes you're going to get caught out like that. And you. Где моя камера? Ёпт, блядь.
And EG
Где моя
haven't
камера?
they
Вот.
haven't really tried to push some of those advantages a lot. They've been playing like very respectful Counter-Strike for a lot of it, and that means Heroic have been allowed to get away with it. So many of these, you know, awkward rotations and just trying to be all over the map.
Ребята, стримлю на другом канале, залетайте на... Ссылка на канал есть в описании, в закрепленном комментарии. Залетайте, короче. Стримим Blast, не блокируют, не банят. Спасибо, Парибет. Сейчас ролик на YouTube залью. Хуяси, 12-11. Опять один сайт вскрыли, ЕГЭ. Ебать, геройки, пиздец.
But this first kill on the after plant is going to be absolutely critical. Flashbang does nothing, but the headshot from Tessus will open it up, and it puts the pressure on. Wiz and Hex to the left, and they're in a 2-on-3. That bomb is ticked real far. They get one more headshot.
Ебать, бля, бедные петуши тупые, бля. Геройки, 11-11 сравняли счет и проебывают. Пиздец. Что, блять, они делают?
And finally, though, also, EG just getting this last bit of momentum. They were stuck. They were in a rut. It was tied up. Heroic brought it all the way back. You feel like everything, every option, every advantage you had, all that cushion, it's gone. It's deflated, but they found a way. They found the air mattress. They pumped it all the way back up.
It's looking so good right now.
Вот это будет нежданчик, если будет ТБ.
Not to say that they can't do something else, but they've had a couple of rounds based on that same template. Now you want to see them have success somewhere else. And if they have it now, the last bit of cash used by Heroic, they could get to 15 almost instantly here, EG. This is the best position they're going to have right now, it feels like, of just ending this map in their favor.
That's where it's scary for Heroic. You got beat by the same strategy twice in a row. But EG, they're going back to the slow, layered, disciplined style that wasn't working for them earlier. But now they have a huge utility advantage. There is not too much for Heroic to work with. They even have the weapon advantage on top of that. And so what wasn't working for EG earlier,
Пиздец, я в шоке, я не знаю, что сказать.
Given the fact that Heroic just don't have the options that we saw in the prior rounds.
Look at the gamble that's coming out from the Heroic side. They're expecting that it could be a third time B, and even if it isn't, they're going to turn it into an offense of their own. Breeze is holding it, but the triple peek is too much, and Tessus will take him down. But they're going to realize he saw a lot of people there, and at least he can call it out.
This position from Automatic, cutting off the rotations. That's 3 players now from Heroic that have no way back into this, or 2 players that is, sorry. But now, Shush, he has to hold the line, and he does.
Мэджи, привет, как дела? Модерка передается из поколения в поколение. Мэджи, да, привет. Как получить модера? Ну, чем дольше ты на канале, тем больше к тебе доверия. Вот так модера, в принципе, и получают.
They don't currently have a kit on anybody, and they have a smoke on Stown, but still they have to be worried. Without the defuse kit, it's going to be a really long defuse. Wiz is looking at it, just comes off the angle, and when he comes back, Tessus is there. That's
Ебать, пиздец. 13-12.
A triple from Tessus and a good retake coming in from Heroic.
Да не, должны ЕГЭ дожать. Ой, не ЕГЭ, это УГ. Я не думаю, что они просрут.
Not how you want this one to fall apart. Shush doing an excellent job though at Donut. That has to be said. Those 2 kills right there. If he fell just 1 for 1, there would have been a perfectly reasonable post plant that EG definitely could have brought back there. But
Пиздец.
Not the case. Not really the game. Not really the day for Breeze. Pimp was calling his name. He was saying he wanted to see more from him and Automatic. I think Automatic has shown us he's got more left in the tank, but we need to see more from Breeze if you want to actually extend this series.
Yeah, I agree right now. We know he's got it somewhere in him, but now would be a really good time to show it. 26th round is here. Cadian is back on that AWP. A little bit more money on the side of Heroic once again. Very tight series here.
Да, пиздец. Это пиздец, сказал отец.
Just a completely different game being played.
Овертаймы? Нет, там не 5, там 3 раунда.
Good nade, actually. That is a lot of damage. Feels like Heroic know exactly what's coming. Yabi holding the
Даже
line.
не 3.
2 kills already, and
4
Sound
получается.
chimes in with the
19-17.
Heroic
Да, 4 раунда
have
отрыв должен быть.
walled off the cave.
Yeah, when you try and peek that player, suddenly there's a second guy in there that's down. Look at how they're covering for each other. And again, the aggression and just the absolute certainty that they're going to win those fights.
13-13, снова близкая игра.
It's going to tie up the scoreline and make it 13-13 with questionable amount of money on the EG side.
The push comes in from Shush. And this is a
Я в шоке.
tough one for EG to swallow. Yeah, they're talking about it, the money. It's not looking too bright for EG. I think Heroic may have weathered the storm. The couple of B execs that EG threw out there, you called it right after they happened, just calling into question how replicable that sort of style is. We see that EG, they try to go back to the slower, more methodical style, and it hasn't really been working out for them. And once again, they're setting up in a pretty spread out defense.
Ой, бля, я в шоке, я не знаю, что сказать.
On this offense have been off of just 5-man B exec.
That's got to feel like hell as well for an in-game leader. If you wanted to call B a third time, you feel like you're probably losing the team a little bit at that point. Especially because if it blows up, you're gonna be, yeah, of course that didn't work. You know, of course they were gonna be ready. So hard to know what to do if you're in this position currently. 27th round. A little bit of a forward position here. Just Shush ready to Molotov if anything.
Ты как раз на прошлый ставил овертайм, а если здесь они будут ебать обидно. Чуть-чуть не угадал.
Guessing that's going to be right around the time where they want to go.
Shush just dancing around this corner. Seems like EG, they're setting up their utility. Oh wait, he switches to a smoke actually.
А, ты на все 3 ставил, нихуя себе.
That's even better than the Molotov, as a matter of fact. Nealon just trying to charge right through the gray screen, and now Breeze, he's unlocked towards middle.
Аутоматик Бризи, ебать, Бризи, ебать. Хуя себе. Я много не ставлю по 10 рублей. Ну тоже нормально в теории.
That's the sort of stuff that Breeze should really remember that he's capable of. I need to see a lot more out of that. That was so quick, it was so fast. Yabi and Shush 2-on-3, and then I get even close to the action. They're saying, all right, that's it. We're done. We need the rifles. Let him have a 14th round. This was the awkwardness of the timing of that smoke. I'm sure convinced EG as well that he's not going to be ready. Like it was too close. So they're like, all right, we have the window, and then somehow he just gets the rifle out. But that was, he was, I don't know, a tenth of a second from dying himself, and it would have been even more convincing round probably.
Yeah, that was almost the right call for EG. But instead of actually making the right call, they had the right individual in the right place at the right time. So Breeze is able to make up for it. He was having a real stinker of a series. I'm going to say
это будет зло.
not a lot to be happy about if you were a Breeze fan.
В принципе, по само по себе ставки это зло.
Oh. Like,
sit down.
Yep. Yes. Nealon's.
Бать.
How did you do that?
Само по себе ставки это зло.
That was not how Nealon drew it up.
Was it 2019 that was Breeze year? Am I making that up? I feel like that was the...
I think that's about right. I mean, that's when EG were better.
Well, we'll recall that a little bit later because they're in the middle and they're eating a lot of grenade damage. That's 3 people tagged up, although they're going to get one in return for the smoke. It's Breeze to bring down Tessus. All right. That might make up for it. 4-on-5 here. Stown is down to the shop, realizing there is a gap that needs to be plugged somehow. But if you overextend...
14-13, нихуя себе. Хуя, 15-13. Чё, ЕГЭ карту сейчас заберут? Это будет пиздец. Вот это уже интересно. Вот тебе и 2-0 героики, блять. Так, Джаби Бриз забрал, хорош. Бля, Нилан, ебать. Сука, ебаные геройки, какие же вы дауны. Интересно, а сколько давали на фору? Но КФ2, может быть, и давали на фору от ЕГЭ. Вот вам и фора залетела.
Even if Hex doesn't do anything here, it's still pretty good information. It looks like Heroic have kind of diverted from the main path, and actually they're going to go all the way back. For a minute, it looked like they wanted to fight Hex in isolation, but yeah, they're going to back off and just give the 15th round. EG now, 1 round away from picking up Ancient.
Oh, map point for EG. Who'd have thought? I don't think anybody saw this coming. There's still more work to do, but Hex, he's on the prowl. If he's able to take any of these guns away, it would be massive. Not able to get the kill on Stown. That is paramount for Heroic's chances into what may be the final round of Ancient. First time EG is playing this map. Not only with this 5-man lineup, but with basically anybody on this team in a 2-man situation. That's crazy that they have done the damage already, that they have accomplished.
Пиздец. Походу ТБ будет. Походу. Бля, last round, да, последний, 15-13. Либо допы, либо проеб. And a couple of good rounds from Breeze, and if we can have a couple of more of those, then maybe we don't even need overtime. Maybe EG could finish it right now. They're gonna try and test us in the bomb site. He's gonna pick up one and a quick double. Хотя он Тесса забрал одного, стал, он тоже бомбу выбил. Все, 15-14, походу допы. And it's, I mean, you can understand why they want to do it. It makes sense for EG. That's how they got 2 of the rounds here in the second half. They wanted to try and see if they could catch them off guard for a 3rd one, but they get denied.
Just not working out for them there. I think there might have been a messed up molly or smoke on that exec. I don't think things went accordingly in terms of the utility and how it was deployed across the bomb site, and that might have actually scuffed that hit from EG. So if they were able to run that one back, nades right where they were supposed to, who knows how that would have gone, but that's why the North America can never be completely taken out of the Evil Geniuses.
You could take the NA team out of NA, but you can't take the NA out of NA. Rough times.
It writes itself. It truly does. But still an opportunity.
There is, and they're going for it here. A quick pace change coming into the A-bomb side. They want to see if they can rush them down. Shush though pushing through. He nearly had the lineup.
Бризи, бля, ебать. Они бомбу ставят. Пиздец. Так, один Бризи в смоках нашел. Хорошо, 4 в 4. Ебать. Либо допы, либо 16-14. Бля, бомба тикает, пора бы выбивать плент. Нет, это 16-14. Это ЕГЭ выиграли. ЕГЭ 1-1. Геройки, блядь, тупые, пизда. Сука. Пиздец, геройки, какие вы ебланы, боже, сука. Ой, бля, ебанутые, ебланы, какие же конченые, сука. Вот это нежданчик, вот это пиздец.
Obviously, this looked a lot better from you guys. We saw you exploiting mid a lot, and Heroic didn't seem ready for you guys on it. Was there something you noticed in their gameplay, even with the changes coming into the map?
Ладно, ждем третью карту. Так, чё, сколько? 8 лайков. Спасибо за 8 лайков, ребят.
for we have done a lot of experimenting. In the end, we ended up
Пиздец.
with a more slow play style, I would say.
Да, я тут. Я тута. Сейчас, походу, еще карта третья будет, нихуя себе.
Setup to find that kill, and then he gets traded. But what's important here is Nealon coming in here through this temple position. Look at what he decides to do. So the first thing is
Пиздец, конечно, героики обосрались, блядь. Ну, как всегда.
He knows that with Breeze dying here, he didn't actually see anybody else other than this one player. So he knows that this whole area here,
как всегда,
he needs to worry about this left side. Second thing we want to pay attention to here is the way he pushes out. So first, you'll see that he pushes out when the bomb starts getting planted. It's a very opportune time, 4v2 situation, especially with only 9 seconds left. This is when you want to push to try to capitalize on only 2 players instead of 3. Second thing though is that look at the way he actually drops down when he comes out. Most of the time when people come out here, they usually want to just swing out towards the right side, but by crouching down and just kind of moving down here first, and then peeking out, it allows him to basically take a very fair fight against Kaden, and that's how he gets his kill here. And then because of this 4v2, now he finds the second, and now in a 4v1 situation, Stalin is very little that he can really do. But Nealon here, this play that he made through that temple position is a result of understanding the map and also understanding the micro details of how he should kind of come out through that temple position.
I love that dissection from the Mahone zone. I love that name also. The fact that we get to see, you know, those minute details actually making a difference for EG. It's incredibly impressive when we were kind of, you know, predicting a team that would have no idea what they were doing on this map.
You're absolutely right. I think that clip from Mahone highlights 2 main factors to me. First one is the timing of the attack. Heroic tried to play really fast at the beginning of the T-half. They got completely stopped by EG and they forced to slow down the pace, which is why we have 20 seconds on the clock when they attack. And the other point that I want to make is the clutches, weirdly enough, went EG's way on this map. Some of these bomb plant situations, even though Heroic had the pieces where they needed to, they couldn't convert. A less experienced EG lineup took the best of Heroic on the clutch territory.
I fully agree. You know, take nothing away from EG whatsoever in this game. As you said, it's way more than we expected coming into it. But Heroic, they were a little bit rusty, right? We see them being better at being proactive.
Бля, если сейчас ЕГЭ выиграют, это, конечно, будет пиздец. Я буду в шоке, блядь.
But this time around, I would actually argue that Nealon had a better reading on Cadian than the other way around, and that seems a little bit atypical for Heroic.
Yeah, definitely. You speak about that clutch factor, Matthew. That continues on into the second half as well for EG.
Yeah, even in the most important moments of that
Обидно
game,
будет, да, это будет пиздец.
That's one example where Heroic kind of screwed the pooch, if you allow me to use that expression. It's going to be a 5v4 for Heroic. We'll see Cadian misses an opportunity, but replaces the way that he has to, finds that shot, and then they leave the bomb site. They allow EG to get into it, but they have all the positionings, they have all the timings, they should be fine. Granted, that smoke will eventually fade towards CT spawn.
Тут уже не 2-0.
Out of Heroic, that's a 5v3 temporarily. Wiz doing a good job orienting through that pillar, and then that's it. 2 versus 3. Shush goes through the smoke. No one is in position to trade him, and Hex finds that double kill. Usually Heroic win these rounds. They don't let go of a 5v4. They don't let it go of a 3v2, and that was a pivotal moment that allowed EG to run away with it. You see it here on the round timeline.
Yeah, I love that we get to see the round distribution for this particular map, as it truly was a game of streaks, particularly when you're looking at those CT rounds as well. And then we come into the later stages of that second half. Of course, that clutch really catapulting EG towards a W. We got to give it to Automatic, but simultaneously, Pimp, you arguing a point in case for Breeze actually having huge impact in this.
Yeah, I mean, on the scoreboard, he wasn't looking too good. I think he got 12 kills over the entirety of this map, right? But the last 4 rounds, he was, yeah, exactly. He was doing 2 entry kills, and he was doing a couple of multi-kills in those rounds as well, combining for 5 kills in some of the rounds that they were winning. So despite not having a good showing, when he stepped up, he found an awful lot of impact. And we saw the scoreboard right here as well. The fact that they were able to win 5 rounds on the T side out of the remaining 8 in that game to shut down that Heroic comeback is very well done by Nealon, very well done by EG. We talk about the best team in the world, at least according to the rankings right now, going against EG, who's number 32 in the world and who's been a joke for the scene for a very long time. And this was actually the first legit win from EG I think I've ever seen. So maybe the blueprint is slowly but surely starting to work.
It definitely worked on Ancient. You're right. I think it's the timing through which EG found the W that matters so much to me. Because the 6-0 lead at the very beginning, it's not that important to me. It's relatively easy to have a quick steamroll at the very beginning. You don't have money. Now, when Heroic actually catch up to 11-11, and they're on the CT side, and they have the money, and they have their opponents figured out, I thought this was it. I could just tie my shoelace. It's time to go to the studio, moving on to the next game. But no, Nealon was able to find solutions. Player popped off, and that makes that win very legit.
Very quickly, Johnson, Overpass is the third and final decider. Who is this going down to? Because Matthew, I remember you saying there's no way this isn't a 2-0, I think.
Well, I'm already wrong, so what can happen to me? What's the worst that can happen to me?
Again.
I'm already wrong, so I'm going to say Heroic, and who cares? Maybe I'm wrong again.
Lightning doesn't strike twice the same place. I don't believe it.
well, Heroics will round up here, and it's EG
Philosophic.
hoping to prove us wrong up here on the decks. It will come down to the third and final decider of Overpass, and it's going to be going down with Maui and Anders in just a few. You do not want to miss it.
We're here for a round table with the coaches this time around. We've got Robin from FaZe Clan, Moses, the talent / ex-coach.
Yeah, one of these is not like the other.
And then Blade, the mastermind behind the NaVi system. And the thing I wanted to start off with this discussion with is how you view coaching and how you approach coaching initially when you're coming into a team.
Well, for me, it started 2016. When I got into FaZe, I was very surprised, first of all, because of the communication was so different from what I was used to. When I played myself, we had, 5 Swedes. We were famous for having like really good and solid comms.
Yeah.
It was the biggest struggle, I would say, to focus on the communication to make it okay. I don't think as an international team, you can have like the same communication as, 5 players from the same country. So I'm satisfied with having our communication to be okay. So that was my first task to focus on.
Moses, you're on the NA side of things, which there's a lot of communication, a lot of talking.
Yeah, there is. And I think, too, not just the in-game communication, but the communication out of the game. I think, especially in my situation, was probably the harder part, was making sure ideas were kind of flowing between players and they were communicating properly. And when coming to me with the problem, making sure that they're actually communicating with each other about the same problem as well. And that was kind of one of the bigger challenges in terms of communication. But yeah, that side of things sometimes is rough to get everyone on the same page in that sense.
And for you, Blade, there's a more unique system style that you've got in place for coaching with NaVi, right?
You mean when I started? I don't know, it was more like natural for me because I was like a in-game leader who was actually at the same coaching because we didn't have a coach.
Yeah.
So I was trying to take control of our evolution process over everything. So I just transited like the same, but more focused on the coach role from behind. And I already knew what kind of things teams lack nowadays, that time. So I wanted to implement some stuff here and there, some fundamentals, of course, but I still think that even now a lot of teams lack a lot of stuff, and it's not like in big sport. It's not like that because maybe players are not.
We are back once again, and somehow we've got a third map. I can't believe it. What happened, Maui?
Maniac didn't see this coming, so
No.
I'm gonna just throw him under the bus a little bit more.
Nice.
Freya did it on their segment, so I'm just gonna slide that in right there. I didn't think this was gonna happen either. This was the first time we saw EG, or anybody saw EG play Ancient. They were able to come out on top. Heroic, probably wondering what did EG even do that was so good, because it felt like it was a couple B execs, a couple weird mid rounds from EG, and yet it was enough. That's all they needed.
Could we go so far as to say that it was Maniac's fault that this happened?
You know, when an analyst does say that it's a clear 2-0,
I know,
that's who you have to blame.
I feel like that's true. Well, it's certainly upset some kind of rhythm in the universe, and we're on to Overpass, which will be interesting. I don't think it'll be a very hard battleground still for EG, but I would have said the same thing about Ancient, so we're just gonna have to find out. We're just starting the new season. It's the first match that we have in 2023 like this, and Heroic versus EG have gone to Overpass now. With Heroic on the CT side, they're ready, but so is EG. The Glocks are coming through the tunnel, and now they're getting that wide angle, and they're just running down this defense. They're not gonna slow it down. They want to keep it going. Shush finally putting an end to it with a couple of headshots, but it might have been too late.
Ooh. Yabby. He's gonna have to bring this one back. 1 versus 3. Okay, there's one. Breeze down, and there's another. It's just Nealon. He's jumping on top of him, but Nealon is able to recover. That was worrying. EG wanted that one so badly. They played with force, with emphasis, with gusto, and the captain's able to close it out in the end. Might be happening. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it might be happening.
I was going to say, definitely don't. Just don't even think about it. That's when it all goes wrong. But this is a great start.
The what future?
I need a replay.
Oh, man.
Well,
I love Hex lines. There's always something to play off of them with.
Yeah, I think it's great.
It's clever.
Second round is coming up. We do have some MP9s.
Ooh.
And even better, maybe some Deagles. Another one coming through. A headshot to bring down Nealon. And that's going to leave a bitter taste in your mouth if you're on the EG side here. That's not how this round was meant to start.
Yeah, that bitter taste is lead. It's not good. I would know. All right. Well, they hear the rotation. Okay, Hex just heard a couple of people moving towards CT. That jump spot is actually going to cost down everything. Is that info worth it? I don't think so.
No, definitely not. No head armor. Gets completely chewed up.
Так, я здесь. Блять, у меня микро было отключено, сука. Так, 10 рублей не посмотрел, поставил пистолетку во втором матче. Сорян, у меня микро было выключено. Сорян, Вадим, героики немного расслабились. Ребята, я здесь, чат. Я забыл. Не буду больше говорить про ставки. Да не, говори про ставки. Я просто, микро вырубил, забыл про это. Говори про ставки, общайся. Вас с Вадимом только двое в чате, больше никто не пишет. Так что пиши на здоровье, дорогой. Я рад всегда ответить. Я был, блядь, у меня микро было отключено, поэтому... Героики немного расслабились за отпуск. Да они не расслабились, они просто недооценили ЕГЭ, за что и поплатились. Они первую карту на изи забрали, а потом думают, да, ща Энша тоже заберем на изи. Просто они после первой расслабились. А не тут-то было. А сейчас они немного в тильте. После проигранного эншота они, я думаю, в тильте, и я думаю, это победа ЕГЭ. Я думаю, это победа ЕГЭ. Пиздец. Это реально пиздец, я в шоке, блядь. Второй раунд, кстати, ЕГЭ оформляют, красавцы, нахуй. О, да, геройки, блядь, геройки, сука. Как я люблю датчан смотреть. Пиздец, 100 рублей, заебись. Ну, красавчик, камбэчишь немного, бабос. Он тут ставом двоих уебал. А Бризи в спине. Я себе. А бомба на фонтане. Я обижен на них, они не сделали один раунд. Это датчане. Типичные, блядь. Не поймешь, когда они хотят играть. Я поэтому матчи датчан пропускаю. Я их особо не смотрю. Ну, остался один Бризи, он красный. Пошел сейвить. А Кэддин-то должен его здесь подловить. Да, Кэддин. Кэддин, ебать, лох. Сука, Кэддин, ты лох вонючий. Блядь, да как вы это делаете? Как? Да как, сука? Да вы ебанутые, нахуй, долбоебы. Какие же вы долбоебы, сука. Ёбаный в рот. Это пиздец. Бля, какие же вы конченые, сука. Бля. Бля, его 2-1 ЕГЭ, походу, бля. Это я баллы канала поставил, этого, Бласта. Я поставил баллы канала Бласта, короче. Сколько я там, 3000 баллов поставил. Если она выиграет, ну, если она зайдет, то я там буду в нормальном таком плюсе по баллам. Нилом поднимает ЕГЭ. Да тут и Брити хуярит. И Нилом прошлую катку хуярил, тоже неплохо. Некса тоже нормально настреливал, особенно Эншент. Он 21-11 шел. Ой, Брити с Юши убил, блядь, какой цирк. Сука, какой же цирк, блядь. Я в шоке, Вадим. Я поставил на ЕГЭ баллы канала. Просто баллы, если что, чат. Я ставку не делал, ну, на реальные деньги. Ставку-то я сделал, ну, баллами канала. Ебать. Это просто пиздец. Так, Тесса Нилана убил. Некса Тесса забил. Бризи Стауна забрал. Бля, ну не, походу ГГ геройки, ребят. Походу ГГ. 2-1 ЕГЭ, сука, 2-1 ЕГЭ.
Yeah, this is not what you want to feel if you're on the heroic side. It's so much easier to play the style that Heroic does when you have the round advantage, when you know that you have a cushion and you can make these aggressive plays in the mid round, because this is what you're getting now from Heroic when you're behind.
Да, пиздец.
You're down 0-3 in the hole, you're just
Это просто пиздец, это просто пиздец, это пиздец. 4-0.
Start putting pressure onto their opponents. They always are enacting some kind of plan, and this time around they just kind of.
Это просто пиздец, это просто пиздец, это пиздец.
Definitely has for EG, not for Heroic. Gotta wonder what they're thinking and feeling right now, because some of these rounds have been. I mean, obviously the two close rounds that they almost could have won with the pistol is one thing, but this one through the smoke to lose the opening kill, and then like you said, they kind of stacked 2 on A, 2 on B, and not really much, a lot of movement behind it. 4-0 in favor of EG, playing on the T side of both parts. It's a good start.
Oh yeah, this is definitely a CT-sided map in this day and age, and for EG to find this, it's massive.
Okay.
Yabby, okay. This is what we want to see from Heroic, for them to not just stay backpedaling in these rounds. This is surely good for at least one.
Yeah, and maybe Automatic is going to be found as well. Yabby is on one of these, but I think Stown is out there with him as well. There's the kill on one, and no one's thinking, well, there could be another flank. Why would you ever suspect a double flank? It's just so crazy. And then from inside of the bomb site, Shush is going to be picking up Wiz. It's Breeze and Hex left to try and make this at least an expensive round in terms of the money. Try and get some rifles away, although Hex looks like that's even going to be impossible. It's a flawless round. They just take it away from EG.
Heroic dominated them in the default.
Это пиздец.
So early, disrespected that early A pressure, and it was really nothing. I don't
Ебать, Кэддин улыбается. Вы сосете хуй, блядь. Да, 1 раунд вы взяли. А дальше? 1 вы взяли, блядь. 4 уже проебали.
Throwing out the playbook just yet. They're down 4-0. They're not gonna actually just keep playing back, turtle up. They want to make sure that they still play their traditional and signature style, and it is able to find them their first. Probably should be their second at least.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. But we've seen this in the past from Heroic, where, you know, maybe a little bit of a slow start, and they don't need a lot, and suddenly they just catch fire, and they return to the game in a huge fashion. EG, the plan
Это пиздец. Я не знаю, что сказать. Ой, бля, я в таком вакууме. Извините.
That must be the plan.
This is a very interesting default from EG. A lot of moving pieces right now. 2 players towards B, and yet there is some sand pressure coming out and a couple other Ts. It's tough to understand where this round is actually going for EG, but Tessus, he wants to figure it out. Oh, he instantly dinked. Nealon just nailed him from across Fountain with a Tech 9.
I was gonna say that's such a favorable fight for Tessus every single time, except for that dreaded one dink at a distance. 30 seconds, Cadian. That's an important kill. Gonna put a little bit of attention over at Law.
Хуя себе. Ну это 4-2. Нихуя себе 2 в 2. Ебать, как же ЕГЭ заряжено играть. Это пиздец.
And this time it looks like maybe EG are the one that are gonna get robbed. If this 2-on-2 works out in favor of Heroic, they had no business being in this round. If not for Stan and that ridiculous spray, automatic trying to
На нахуй, -1. Бля, 4-2, ладно, я думаю, сейчас раунд проебут. 4-2.
Like there was a lot of reasons that EG had the advantage in terms of their positioning, but Heroic were able to still hold on. Cadian and Shush just keeping that pressure on those 2 players on site, and that's the disgusting opener coming out. And this also from Stound, like that's hard to explain. Just sprays right through, finds 2 immediate headshots. That's what star players do. They just manufacture frags.
Yeah, even if they're not really there. Like I'm just gonna pull this right out of the hat. There you go. More headshots.
Что думаешь по переводу бустеров Клауда Корона в Virtus Pro? Ну, насчет бустера, хуй его знает. Ну, блять, он не думает, что он застрелит. Он на фейсе-то там не играет особо. Он сколько, полгода был в инактиве? Да, полгода был в инактиве. Я, блять, вообще тупое решение, ебаное, было кикать Интерза. Вообще, ну, это хуйня. Я не знаю, блять, чем думали. Там если кикать на Фаню, блять. Там надо было кикать на Фаню. Там сейчас Широ капитан. Капитана поменяли, на Фане теперь он просто игрок. Он уже вроде люркер, если не ошибаюсь. Я не знаю, почему Интер закикнули. Вообще тупые решаблы в СНГ. Вообще ебаные. Что у NaVi, сука, хуй пойми что, блядь. Что у ебаных Клоудов, хуйня полнейшая. Что у Цайдеры, блядь, Норберта кикнули. Это вообще, это такой ебань, это и такая хуйня, блядь. Я слышал, Норберта вообще оставили без всего, нахуй. Хотя они мажор выиграли, Норберта послали нахуй. Бля, короче, долбоебы наши. По идее, если я поставил на 2 команды, или я должен был 2-1 был написать. Нет, если ты поставил 1-1, там есть точный счет, раздел. Счет 1-1. Там есть раздел в букмекерской конторе, называется точный счет. И там точный счет в пользу команды есть. А если ты поставил на разные команды, туда и туда, нет, это так не считается. Хочешь жить в Сочи? Я хочу хороший онлайн. Я хочу вернуть свой онлайн ПКС. И вот это я хочу. А жить в Сочи я не хочу. Мне в моем городе прекрасно. Я хочу нормальный онлайн. Вот это я хочу. Хорош Джаби, блядь. Кто говорит Яби, кто Джаби, блядь. 10 секунд. 5, 4, 3, 2. Он не успеет, он успеет, блядь. Он успеет. А он не лезет, аутоматик не лезет, блядь. Аутоматик, ты въебало получишь, братан. Братан, въебало. Блять. 4-4, хорошо. Сука, автоматик.
That was incredibly clutch from Acadian there. Knew the likely position of automatic. Looks like he was already trained in on the angle with his op. And 3 kills for him as he's able to still mount defense, despite the fact that EG were doing so much right. They found the opening pick. They got that kill on Stown at the corner of Long. This is a 3 versus 5, and Acadian brings it all the way back, starting with that first headshot there. But this was a magnificent spray down from Yabi too. Oh, actually, wow, he quick scoped onto it and was
То есть мне не засчитают ставку. Я не знаю, как ты поставил. Скрин свои ставки в Discord, я тебе точно скажу. Просто сделай скриншот ставок, какие у тебя поставлены. Я тебе уже скажу, зайдет у тебя или нет. Я типа так не понял, про что ты имеешь в виду. Ты на разные команды поставил победа 1, победа 2, или ты поставил на точный счет? Что-то я нихуя не понял. Если ты туда и туда поставил, одна только зайдет. Кто-то из этих должен выиграть. Одна проиграется, а другая сольется. Ну, типа, одна проигрыш, другой выигрыш. А если ты вставил бы на точный счет, это был бы, ну, счет 1-1. Ну, там есть раздел ТБ. Давай опять больше по картам. Именно по картам ТБ. Есть раздел фора, если 1.5, это когда кто-то из команд, например, на какую ты ставишь фору 1.5, там, предположим, на героик. Это что они возьмут одну карту. Минус 1.5 фора, это на противоположную. То есть вот так это делится. Нилан забирает Кейден, Бризи забирает Тесса составом. О, бомбу ставит, нихуя себе. Блять. О, Бризи, красава. Некса тоже красавчик, Сьюшу убил. Джаби бежит, бежит. Ты скинь мне скриншот в телеге, я тебе скажу. Я не понял вообще нихуя, честно. Нет, Джаби уже ничего не сделает, бомба тикает. 5 для ЕГЭ. Ладно, проехали, смотрим. Ладно, давай смотреть.
To snake their way through long and just go for the explosive play onto the site. Heroic have been giving up a lot of ground, even though Katie found this early.
Чё, ребят, как вам матч? Что скажете?
To actually solidify their numbers, strengthen that defense, and it was a nice attempt to get back into it from players like Stown, like Yabi, but just too many bodies all across the site from EG. This is looking much more treacherous for Heroic than they would have expected. I think they thought Ancient just kind of slipped away from them in an unfortunate way, but EG is showing that they're a formidable opponent on map number 3 too.
Doesn't seem like they've had much of a player break on that EG side. They've been investing their time, getting caught up on everything.
I think that's something that Kindar noted about just kind of players in North America in general. They just take these long breaks. Those breaks, they're from
5-4 счет.
When they're set and they end at that other time. But I mean, EG, they've been working. They've been in the lab.
Что у одной команды закуп на последние деньги, что у другой. Короче, важный раунд для обоих команд, чтобы ЕГЭ выйти на как минимум на 6-й раунд. Там на следующий раунд только деньги у Кэддина будут. Да, на следующий раунд только у Кэддина деньги будут. Ой, Сьюж двоих убил, Некса и Бризи. Минус Некса и Бризи, минус 2. Минус 2 челика. Па-па-пар-па-пам. А, Нилу не попал нихуя. А все равно под Б идут. Нет бы они там куда-то стянулись. Сходили бы, попробовали под аплэнд, я не знаю.
keyed in on the angle with the op. It's so difficult. It's just simply so hard to imagine a world where EG is able to pull this one out.
Так, Сьюш Нилана забрал. Автоматик забирает Сьюша. Джаби на размене. Джаби еще и последнего Визи забрал. 5-5. Я себе. Там денег у ЕГЭ нету. Это 6-й для героик.
Still feels like now all of a sudden we're talking about Heroic kind of keeping up a little bit here. They're not dictating the game anything like they were on Inferno.
No, this is a game that's still wide
Это 6-й для героик.
That EG's on the T side and they still have an even scoreline with Heroic. Not quite with that nade, but the only thing to worry about for EG here is that the playbook. Is there much more left in the tank for them? Are they going to have more ideas going into the next T-side round, or because it felt like they went for their defaults that had these kind of interesting layers to them, but then they kind of shortened it with the big long creep, and then they just went for a monster pop. That's kind of, it's starting to feel like the juice is running out for them. But we'll see. There's still many more ways to play over past T-side.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. A lot of stuff that we haven't seen, you know, coming. It kind of comes and goes, I guess, in waves, part of the evolving meta. But I mean, some of those boosts that can happen outside of the B-bomb side, really for both sides. But obviously, if you're EG at this point in time, maybe that's a way to try and sneak in a kill somewhere. That's obviously not the whole round, but it's a nice gimmick sometimes to pick up a round, or at least pick up the early part of one. This one though with pistols, so not really that exciting necessarily. Should be something that Heroic can manage. 30 seconds, a bomb farm would be pretty cool for EG though to work with.
They might be able to find it. This kind of setup that Heroic are running is more to just prevent the whole pit take as opposed to stopping the bomb plant itself. So I think EG they have a good shot at getting onto the site, but it's just still lying in wait. It's right here. And everybody's
5-6.
The rotations are in, and there will
5-6, 5-6, 5-6. Ну это было экономически, я так понимаю.
They've got the lead once again.
Very slim lead, and not with the kind of confidence that we saw earlier. Not even a little bit. Still makes you wonder. I'm so curious if Heroic pull through on this one and they manage to survive the EG scare. Very interested to see what they'll have to say about, you know, that this must be something that they were not expecting either, and that's a lesson it's hard to adjust to, you know, first game of the season, and you're like, oh wait, with this team that we kind of thought we could really walk all over, that's not the case at all.
Yeah, if EG enter the fray as a team that just has a chance to find upsets, it makes everybody else's job so much more difficult. It's really great if you're a team like Heroic and you can just ride a team off. You just know that any given day you're always going to beat them. But still a lot of CS to be played. And EG, even though we're giving them a lot of credit in this one, they won that map.
Да я не думаю, что он задолбался. Да он просто стоит, там страты дает на установку на раунд. Ну, тренеры же, они как аналитики и все. Там говорят, что пикать, то все, разбирают с командами.
Playground or the birthday party, and I'm sure eventually they'll try and clear out the restrooms as much as they can. With only 2 people in B, it might also be hard for Heroic to get information on that side of the map. Seems like it's going to be... They're going to stand their ground here at the restrooms. They're really dug in.
Yeah, there's a lot of players here from Heroic, and this is an unusual setup. You do not usually catch 3 people in the bathroom, so this is going to be interesting. Automatic though.
Автоматик двоих уебал, красава.
That's a way to open things up. And Wiz, he wants to
Там Джабер разменял, тоже молодец. Ну, все равно героики в меньшинстве.
And now they are on the back foot. They only have 3 players, but 2 of them are towards B, and this might be the object of attention for EG.
Yeah, at least they're in the right position, but they still need to hit those early shots. 28 seconds. Cadian finds a free
Так, Кайзен Бризи забрал.
Shush quickly goes down right afterwards, and it's just too much to handle. Even from beyond the grave, Cadian reaching out with that grenade and taking down Wiz.
Бля, это шестой лига.
Yabi 1 versus 2. He's shown up short.
Это шестой для ЕГЭ.
They're gonna know exactly where he's coming from. Out in the open, he gets one, and that's so scary.
Они еще и девайс выбили.
And it's one more round for EG.
Все.
I love the quick thinking there from Hex. Just go for the trade. Don't try to play the 1v1 after that.
У меня тут картошечка осталась.
Automatic before he got that double spray down. He first of all ran up and made a lot of noise. Then he tried to give the silent drop, but he actually also made noise dropping down. And it was normally that could dissuade a professional player from actually taking the peek. You might be like, well, wait a minute, like I just signaled that I'm coming.
Yep.
And he's like, well, it doesn't matter.
Ебать геройки в тильте, вы на их ебало посмотрите.
Yeah, he maybe messed up the movement, but his aim was on point, so.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. One of his hands was working.
Вы посмотрите на их еблище.
Okay, quick play towards water for the side of EG. They've got some early space, and Heroic once again they wanted to actually stack towards the A side, which leaves it a weak side towards B. This is very concerning. If there is one pick here off of this boost from Hex, then it is all going to unravel for Heroic. He's biding his time, waiting, and after that smoke, just falls off.
That's one of those tricks that we were talking about a couple of rounds ago that can maybe net you a kill, and it looked like maybe it would have worked. It looked like Shush was looking the other way. We're gonna get it anyway.
Хуя себе минус Юж.
Combination of Molotovs and the AWP peeking in from the L bend. Tessus is on a mission to try and recover this round, and that's actually the bomb on the other side. Breeze though, he's looking
Так, Бриз минус Тессас.
If you would have changed this crosshair to try and look for that ladder instead, that might have been the instant turnaround. But now 5 versus 3, they're in a great position.
This is so terrifying for Heroic. You don't want to give anything up given that you have no more money, but to let this 7th round slide like this, to give EG 7 on the T side of overpass.
6-6, еще раз бомбу поставили, это 7-й для ЕГЭ. Хуя себе.
Some in on the next round, but these defaults are working for EG. They are finding kills. Wiz getting posted up, Breeze being thorough with his backtracking. I'm shocked to say it, but EG is playing some good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they really are. And at the start of this, it was Breeze and Hex that were playing really well, but now we've got some more people joining them, starting to step it up a little bit. So it's not just being
7-й лига, да.
by a couple of people, because that's also obviously important. You can't just have two superstars that are going to be playing well. You need the rest of the lineup to join in if you're going to take down a team like Heroic. Yes. Which currently they're doing a pretty fine job of.
Yeah, timeout being taken. This is one that Heroic really have to mull over. They gotta question if the style that they're playing is effective, and I would say, simply put, the answer is no, but how to rectify that. They've had these aggressive 3-man A setups. One of them was dispatched by an automatic 2-piece, flashing into the front of bathrooms. The second one was EG just guessing right and going to the other bomb site, more or less. So...
Бля, что-то меня заебал КС, нахуй. Я сейчас, наверное, этот матч досмотрю и пойду, нахуй. Ну, Эвилы красавцы. Ну, это ЕГЭ, да, Эвилы. Проще сказать, ЕГЭ. Я, наверное, Astralis и Vitality смотреть не буду. Да, блядь, неинтересно, нахуй. Не хочу я датчан смотреть, блядь. Завтра на основном канале подрублюсь. Вроде бы не блокируют, могу спокойно стримить. Завтра на основе подрублюсь. На этот ебаный матч, на следующий матч.
Door has been blown up. I'm sure Breeze is well aware. So he's just hanging out back here. But Cadian is going to be careful too. There could be a grenade set up at some point. They're going to send instead Yabi to investigate. And Breeze, the patience.
Бризи уже Джаби забрал, бля, смог накидывает. Кэдин ушел, блядь. Ебать, Ставан тут на посадочке сидит. Блядь, Ставан как? Как ты автоматика не забрал, ебать?
Such great CS thus far that you would have thought that he would have nailed it, but almost an attempt or almost a connect from Wiz, and this is looking like an 8th for EG. There's not really any utility to work with for Heroic. They just have that single flash on Shush. I don't see a way that they can get back into this one. This will be an 8th, and
Ибо это 8-6.
EG winning the half. Again, not something I thought.
Вот это ёбка.
No, I don't think anyone's really expecting it.
Oh, he wants this. He wants this off. Take him out. Okay, hunting for it. And now they know Tessus' position, and there's no reason to just send everybody at him. EG, you're gonna have a buy into round number 15. You want to just get this gun out of Heroic's hands.
Yeah.
And there it is.
They'll get it as well. Oh, all the pressure now on the Danish side. This is definitely really, really interesting. Breeze just waiting for just knowing what's on the other side from the door being blown open. But like you said, that fight should never have happened. And they take it all. 8 on the side of EG. I can't believe it. What a way to get 2023 started. It's unexpected. I think Jacob's managed to say something like lightning doesn't strike twice.
Yeah.
Well, we're close.
Which is unequivocally false. There have been people that have been struck by lightning more than once.
Pretty sure if you watch it in slow motion, it always strikes more than once anyway. So I was trying not to be a nerd and
but actually,
that Jacob. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That Jacob.
Okay, that's another gut punch to Heroic.
Why not?
Hext taking down Shush, who's been such a solid anchor on that B-bomb site.
And you know what? Heroic have no moral high ground to complain about those kind of kills because they were doing it all day on Inferno.
Yeah.
So it's just come back to haunt them now. What a way to get started. Shush out of the round. Last of the half. And a chance for EG now to get 9 on the board, which even 8 is way more impressive than I thought.
Ибо 9-6 пользу ЕГЭ. Охуеть.
Heroic in a very poor position. Oh, and that is what? Oh, and the follow-up. They do the classic double spray.
Это пиздец.
When 1 AK isn't enough.
Okay. Well, there's one in return, but Yabi just posted behind the truck.
Давай, я тоже подзаебался, наверное. Я после этого матча пойду.
30 seconds as well. They're not really slowing it down. Nealon advanced
Ой.
position. Hexter's gonna get one more. A couple of good kills for Yabi.
9-6 походу.
But unfortunately, they had a man disadvantage already, so even the double kills not really
Да
gonna
не, я
help them that
понимаю, я
much.
раньше тоже
Down
ставки
now on a
делал.
1 versus 2.
Я понимаю, как это обидно.
They've got a quick bomb plant. No kit, no smoke, no nothing to work with. Not
Я
even
такого расклада
information.
тоже не ожидал.
That's already decayed
Ну, как
since
видишь,
anyone saw anyone else on that
героики
season
сами
side.
удивляют.
Is ready for it. 9 assists
9-6.
at the end of the half. What a day for EG. The second half is coming up. We'll see if they can finish what they started.
Kick her up. Oh, there's that
the
scout.
Oh!
No.
Free into the top of the half wall.
No. Open
He
B
just
site.
wins the round. He just wins the round like that. He won the whole round. That is unreal.
How does he do things like that?
That's crazy. The boy is special.
Outsiders did nothing wrong.
They had 2 good spots and good guns.
Oh, that is disgusting. Hooksy's losing his mind.
Yeah.
Hands off the keyboard.
You're so sick, Modesty. You're so sick.
That's what he always says. I love it.
Ilya, you're nuts.
You're so good, bro. And honestly,
Yeah, really. He just won. That's the cool part about Counter-Strike. I mean, he just won the round by himself. He did.
watch this.
Oh, man.
Да тут ты не виноват, я просто увидел, типа, они самые сильные игроки CSGO, герои. Ага.
I can't get over it.
Show me how.
Liquid are teed up nicely. Flames and Dexter. This bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished.
А почему они так стоят? Я что-то даже не понял. А, они смотрят на экран. Я себе.
Look how hyped up he is. I don't even think he believes it. Look at the way he isolates these fights. Oh, Liquid, that one hurts, and that's all your money as well. Unreal. Dexter just lets loose.
Пиздец.
He wants an angle and a timing, and has at least gotten the first. Molly ahead of him sees the gun, executes twist first and foremost. Tries to wrap it back around the hut, but the heaven support, that could be the bigger difference maker. Rock's dead. Hunter continues to thrive until Brokey puts him down. And it's time for the ice-cold JKS to try and come through. This isn't ramp, this isn't his wheelhouse, but it's still a chance to shine. And Brokey doesn't know where he's at. A peek out with the 8-4, sees him up in heaven, and he nails it! He nails it!
Да, я сам болею за G2, но это моя любимая команда в КС. И типа они мне нравятся, но я за них тоже, знаешь, болею. И они когда выиграли прошлый Blast, я удивился.
Don't took monster either. They didn't blow up in blue. 3 mid. With scout. He flash short, Jaden, flash short. Oh shit, 1 second. Bad. That's clear. Mid. Pick me. Bad. Nice. Playground. I'm waiting for you. Yeah, maybe. I'm resmoking playground. On playground. In pit, on the stairs. Can say vacation on it. 20 seconds. Nice! Oh my what are you doing? So good, man. Oh my god, they're so hard. I'm here. Take it back! I'm here now. Let's go.
He's here now. You heard it from him. Breeze thinks he has arrived on the scene. He's brutalizing Heroic, as is EG, in a way that nobody saw coming. EG are ahead, Anders.
They are ahead. What a great moment. 9-6 is the scoreline. Second half is coming up. It's a third map. I don't think many people were expecting this, but it's happening anyway. I don't think EG care at this point. They're on the CT side. If they can win this pistol, they've set themselves up very, very nicely. And Heroic, they must be shook at this point. Gabby's gone down to begin with. And whatever plans they had, looked like they wanted to aggress on that A side a little bit early on. They've been slowed down.
Oh, and they're still going. Automatic pushing on forward. He wants this fight. Breeze is able to take down Katie, and Automatic
Пистолетка пошла, нихуя себе. И героики ее, походу, опять проебут. Пиздец.
The advantage still lies with EG. 3 versus 2, but now Hex has so much information. He's going to be able to clear out water, and at this point, EG, they should know that this play, it should be going towards A, but actually Heroic are backtracking.
Yeah, but Hex's position surely is still very valuable. So it looks like EG haven't completely sold themselves on the idea that it's going to be this A play. They're kind of waiting for it. He's so far forward. Even if they walk through Monster, he's going to be there so quickly, and his teammates will sandwich them in from the other side. And if they throw smokes beforehand,
Или с тобой хочешь за компанию досмотрю? Ну давай. Я все равно досмотрю и пойду нахуй. Я не хочу смотреть. Онлайна просто нету, и это меня дезморалит. И типа нет смысла смотреть. А мне в соло одному это смотреть неохота нахуй.
And Stoun's going to give them the first headshot and a follow-up as well to take down Wiz. It's now all on Nealon. His teammates have evaporated, and he's next on the chopping block. 1 versus 2. Low on health already. Heroic, just when it matters the most. That's when they step up to the plate, and they needed this round so badly. Nealon, he can't win this fight. Tessus will take him down, and that is a nice recovery.
That was wonderful from Heroic to bring it back there. Excellent shots from Tessus and Stoun. And it was much needed. Going down in the hole 10-6 after EG exert that much pressure in the early round. EG would have felt like they were in the driver's seat for the rest of this game and probably to close out the series, but excellently played shots coming out from Stoun, man. The star of Heroic, he's consistent, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, they needed him right there. Had a bit of a tough first half, really, but so did all of Heroic. Scout and MP9 and various pistols being picked up here on the EG side, so they remain dangerous.
Huge gamble coming out from EG to just put Automatic towards the front bathrooms. You see that there is one player in Cadian towards water. And I don't think that Automatic's going to be able to figure this one out. They just silently approach towards bathrooms. They may be able to find space towards A for free. Wiz has actually made his rotation, but it's all about how early he spots his first player. If he can call a rotation early enough, this could be a round for EG, but they are so close. Heroic finds the tag, backs on up, just trying to preserve some space, but actually his teammate has already made his way out towards Truck.
Oh, this is interesting. They're starting to fall back. Automatic is not really trying to flank them in the middle of this. I thought maybe he was going to try and be quick behind them. And Breeze missing an early opportunity with the Deagle. An attempted change of location here for Heroic. They wanted to switch it from A to B. And now that's been revealed as well. So EG going to have a couple of seconds here to try and get in position.
9-7, они пистолетку забрали, нихуя себе.
Next goes down. Nealon is next, and Breeze, that Deagle will fail him once again.
9-8.
Change of pace and the change of location for Heroic is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, really solid mid-round from Heroic, but actually even better shots coming out from Shush. I think Nealon was trying to play a little bit of a one-way there at the bottom of that heaven ledge, and it was not going to fool Shush. Shot him right through that. And this is why Heroic are hard to play against. I mean, the mid-rounds, they're just ruthless. You never really know when Cadian's going to call it. Doesn't matter how much time's left on the clock. If there is enough time, he can go for it. And
yeah.
So that lead from EG, it's slowly moving away from them. It's slowly getting away.
There's something else about those mid-round calls that I really love, which is, I think, such a rarity still, is the commitment from the entire team to whatever the call is. Like, there are some teams where you can tell, even at a high level, it feels like sometimes you can tell there is a level of hesitation on maybe one or two players that are not fully committed to, you know, they just want to see for another second or a second and a half, which doesn't sound like it's a lot of time, but in the final stretches of a round, that's easily enough to make a difference. If you show up a second and a half late for the peak, maybe.
Как думаешь, что выиграет? Да я думаю, ЕГЭ, блядь, дожмут. Да хуй знает, блядь, могут и датчане, блядь. Но у меня смотреть желания нет, нахуй.
So characteristic about them when they were playing with refresh, and it felt like they gave a little bit of that away when they started inserting Yabby, but now I feel
бля, ну Кэддин, да попади ты уже нахуй. Ебать, чуть не сдох. Эти три долбоеба нахуй. Блять, ну просто дауны, сука, куда вы бежите, блять? Сука, там три долбоеба Кэддину с пистолета в ебало попасть не могут, блядь. Ну, сука, долбоебы, нахуй. Вот все киберспортсмены долбоебы. Просто я ваши рты пиздил. Я не хочу, блядь, смотреть Астралиса и Виталити. Я просто не хочу, нахуй. Завтра, может, настроение появится, блядь. Я просто не хочу, у меня нет настроения, блядь. Мне надо что-то с каналом делать, блядь, а у меня канал в жопе, нахуй. И я ничего с этим сделать не могу. То ли я людям перестал нравиться, нахуй, когда ставки перестал делать, то ли я хуй его знает. Я честно, я в душе не ебу. Хотя вот, видишь, ставну забрали на оружейном раунде.
Yeah, I feel like every single demo pre-2018, it was every opera's favorite position, actually. So
it was classic, wasn't it?
Yeah, he kind of rolls it back there, Wiz. Just with the spot. Maybe it's even so behind the meta, it's ahead of the meta now.
Here we come full circle.
That is how this works.
Losing Stown early on is going to be a detriment to Heroic eventually. Wiz, is even getting the early one. He's not really scared. He gets the good flick on the shush as well.
Хотя вот 10-й раунд, походу, для них. Походу.
They've left long a bit open, and that might be one of the scary positions here. But look at this. They get back behind the wall inside of the restroom, so that's fine. They can let them have long. As long as they don't get shot in the back down in the restrooms, it's all fine.
I think Wiz just got a little bit of a peek right there, but Heroic, they made their way back dice. It's going to be tough to dislodge Nealon, but Nealon actually jumps up right when Tessus is approaching, and now Heroic, despite the man disadvantage, they have the bomb down, but they're getting picked apart from every single direction.
They really needed Tessus alive. The 3-on-4, I don't know, I think that could have maybe worked out, but 2-on-4 is a bit too much, especially because they don't have anywhere to really stand. Cadian, 1 versus 4 here is he's going to pick up.
Так, 1 в 3 остался.
Wallbang shoot that, but really it's probably not going to happen.
А, нет, да, 1 в 3. Бомба диффузится, на похуй. Да, все, 10-й. 10-й для ЕГЭ.
Still maintaining the lead, 10-9 now. Nice openers coming out from Wiz, just making his presence known on the map. Starting here at that flower bed position, then moving up to the middle of bathrooms. And this is just very well done by Breeze too. I mean, he's very clinical about his approach, and he's making sure that every angle is cleared in the most precise manner. And there's really nothing Heroic were able to do. The man disadvantage was too much.
Третья тактическая героик, нахуй.
Not able to take any sort of space in that post plant, and they were just kind of hoping for the best.
And running out of timeouts on top of everything else, so that could obviously be a problem going into the later stages here. Wow. Some people are going to be waking up to a nice surprise in the NA time zone, surely.
It's not, I mean, it's not even over yet, but I think most people from North America will probably actually, they'll wake up and they'll see the result, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. That's what you can, wait a minute, yeah, I can see that. Maybe there's something to it, this EG lineup.
19 kills on Breeze. As you said earlier, I'm here now, and he wasn't wrong about that. 1 round lead. Not enough to get completely excited about yet, but it is a really good start.
Yeah, and a big swing round. The money isn't too good for either of these teams, so big implications about the future with the outcome of this one. Heroic doing their due diligence, using significant utility to clear out the forward positions that EG may be occupying, but EG, they're playing back. And Wiz didn't have that op, so they're boosting him up. Find it a cheeky kill. I think a player from Heroic tried to use this in the last half and automatic ripped his head right off. We'll see if Wiz fares better or if he's even contested, because Heroic, they're making their way towards B. And there are only a couple of defenders. It's just Breeze, it's just Hex.
Smoke's pretty well timed. Molotov on the other side, and even everyone's flashed that Molotov is so
Хуя себе. Ладно, Джабер разменял, нормально.
An interesting exchange. Looks like that defense is going to be rock solid, but at least it's a 3-on-3 now, and Stown is thinking about it. He had the right idea, but the timing is off by a second. I don't think he realizes that Automatic has already made his way down those stairs, and that could be a nasty surprise waiting for him. A little bit of a flash to set it up.
Нормальная флешка, автоматика забрали. Дилан тоже.
And it leaves Wiz on his own. 1 versus 3 as he takes down Stown. At the very least, he doesn't want to stick around for it. Realizes, like you said, it is that swing round. This 1 rifle is probably all they're going to have in the next round anyway. Cadian is running up close. Wiz is low on health, but it doesn't matter. That's a good pick-off. Making it as expensive as possible and tying up the scoreline 10-10.
This is where the game gets really sweaty, where every single kill matters, all the econ matters. 10-10, as you said, and Heroic, I mean, they really had to fight back in that one. Breeze was able to get the 2 openers on the site defense, but it just all unraveled. I'm not sure how.
Бывает, Ваня, в жизни огорчение бывает.
The monster tunnel, and we can see it right there, but that is an insane spray to hold for Yabi. Wow. It was like he just erected a wall and Breeze walked right into it.
Yeah, that was the end of it, and that's without that round is almost certainly lost for Heroic. So what a turnaround. Picked up the AWP and kept going. What a round from him. 21st round is here. They got some pistols. They got the submachine gun as well, but that was the M4 out on long, and Wiz each walks right into the shot. Stown, who's again not been having the most spectacular highlight game we've seen yet, but that kind of shot will remind you.
Automatic might be able to catch one off here. Yeah, that's. Oh no, couldn't quite finish the kill.
Да, блять. Зачем? Найс. Сейчас будет прыгать 1, 12, 12, 13. Не, 10-10 пока. А, Тесса убили, ебать.
juggling goes wrong.
Так, Джаби убил все-таки Бризи. Тут же Некза убил Ставна. Кэддиан забирает Нилана. Ну, Некса сдох. Бля, сейчас телефон сядет, сука.
So Heroic will find the lead. And despite the fact that Automatic was able to get that kill, there wasn't really much more EG in that one. We'll be seeing a buy coming out from EG.
11 для Героик.
They've really shaped up in this game. It does feel like they're starting to play off of each other much better. It feels like their efforts are much more concerted. The first half they were a little bit more scattered, where it didn't feel like they always had the most solid, crystallized game plan round to round, which is very unlike Heroic. But now you're starting to see, once it switches to the T side and they're forced to piece things together as a unit, they are doing so, and doing so with poise.
One step at a time here for the Danes. They would, I feel like, especially this, because this third map is still really close. Even if they win it Heroic, it can't really be counted as a great victory. It can be counted more as a huge relief. Like, oh God,
Сейчас телефон сядет 1% на зарядке, он... На зарядке он нифига не заряжается. А я свой, то у меня тоже 1% свою на зарядку поставил.
What a way to get started on the day. This is only the first best of 3. We've got Vitality and Astralis that are coming up a little bit later.
Oh yeah, Tier 1 CS is back.
That's going to be so exciting. I count for a whole number of reasons, obviously, especially with Astralis playing. It's going to be real interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah. Can't wait to see Device back in the server. But versus Zywoo, it's going to be a huge test.
And some of his old teammates.
Yeah.
Very interesting stuff. 55 seconds here.
Yeah, we got Zywiz in this game.
he's gonna have to play a lot more before we can start, but I like it. It's a good name for it. I appreciate it.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if he earns that moniker at the end of this one.
Кайфово играет, чувствую, будет овертайм 15-15. Надо счет, чтобы был походу до овертаймов. Да. Некста Джаби забрал. А тут может быть 11 для ЕГЭ. Нилан, кстати, Тесс тоже убил. Бомба выбита, 15 секунд надо ставить. Но я думаю, ЕГЭ не дадут поставить. Так, Сьюш Виза забирает, Бризи также забирает Сьюша. Кэддиан на размене находит Нила. 2 в 3 ситуация. Некса забирает Ставна. Кэддиан забирает двоих. Кэддиан, блядь, мазила, сука, Кэддиан. Какая же ты мазила, ёбаный в рот. Ай, 11. Как же потно, как же тяжело геройкам. Какие же вы боты, блядь. Датчане, на пенсию пора. Датчане, на пенсию вам пора. Датчане, на пенсию пора. Блядь, это пиздец. Он такой, это, выебли Кэддиана. В жопу, блядь. Сука, ой, бля, 11-11, нихуя себе. А ЕГЭ не лохи, блядь. Ебут топ-1. Бля, Нилан. Ладно, Джаби разменял. Ну, Джаби красный, пиздец. Ну, Джаби пизда. Нет, Джаби живет, сука. Тессис убил все-таки Некса. Некса. Найс, Тессис еще и Бризи въебало поставил. А вот и 12 или геройков, нихуя себе.
Look at the money on EG.
That's
This
brutal.
is such a nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah, Heroic, they just wanted to set up for that fast play. And once they got stopped towards short, towards that water position, they actually just full sent it Monster, and it was everything they needed. Heroic, they haven't even had to go in their bag in terms of their just solid executes, but they still have those ready to go at a moment's notice. Now, Wiz, he
Так, везде одного забрал, тут же Сьюж на размене. Авик подобрал, хорошо. Автоматик остался один, он сейвит эмку. Когда скажешь то, что звезда из МММ не сможет слить 10 раундов фейсита, покажешь ему это видео. Согласен.
They got 3 players that are playing super well at the moment, and I don't think right now EG are not matching that. If you look at the scoreboard, you can clearly tell that Heroic have come alive in a very different way in the second half here.
Yes. After winning the pistol, they were able to win the subsequent rounds. But on top of that, ever since the gun round started, Heroic have gotten a plant every single time.
Походу 2-1 геройки.
Plant straight for Heroic. Just shows how good these game plans are working out for them, how good the strats are, and really also credit to Cadian for the calling. It's a team effort, and Heroic, they're looking like the better team right now. Breeze might be the strongest player in the server on this map, but he needs backup.
He does, just a little bit will do it right now. It is that close.
Да не, ЕГЭ, ты чё, да какое, они не дойдут до финала, это просто геройки долбоёбы, забей. Датчане они всегда либо сосут, либо нет. Да не, ЕГЭ вылетят. Они встретятся с G2 и вылетят нахуй. Они встретятся с теми же навями, они вылетят нахуй. Они вот сейчас, если, ну... Да они вылетят. Это просто, ну, геройки первый день, блядь, ну, долбится в задницу. Они вылетят. К1 Мазила. Нормально стал он, ебать. Минус 3. Нормально, 11-13.
Yeah, a lot of patience and waiting for it, and kind of difficult to do. He must have thought at some point, hearing the footsteps behind him, that maybe if they swing to peek him, then it could all be over. But yeah, good patience, and he's rewarded for it. And Heroic are now extending their lead just a tiny bit. EG, they felt this whole time like they were almost at the finish line, and now Heroic are starting to gain on them. Second timeout used from EG.
9 rounds in the first half for EG. They were smiling in the first half. They felt good, and they should have. But this half has been nothing but. It is not looking good for them. They've barely been surviving the rounds that they've won in this half.
Чё, сейчас будет еще один оружейный раунд. Если этот проебут ЕГЭ, это ГГ. Если этот проиграет, то это все. Там уже камбэка не будет, ничего не будет.
Turn some people into believers. That's what EG came here to do today. They still have an opportunity to do it, and they might have already turned a couple of heads. But to really take down the #1 team, that would be mega.
Хорош, одного забрал. Ой, Некса на размене. Еще и смог накинуть успел. Важный раунд для ЕГЭ. Если хотят это Best of 3 выиграть. Важный раунд для них. Ой-ой-ой, красава стал, он дождался все-таки автоматика. 3 в 3. Это еще верхняя сетка, да-да-да, это только первый день. Бласт будет идти 10 дней.
There might be a little bit of a fake here with Heroic. They still have this player towards Monster. I think it might be going for a double fake. I think Testis is going to lurk out, then Stown, and then Cadian's just going to decide after.
Yeah. Oh, this is so scary. Testis still finds
Так, Тесс Бризи забирает Нила на размене. 2 в 2 ситуация. Они уже под Б. Хуя себе многоходовочка, блядь. Ебать! Визи красаву Стауну въебало дал. А Кэдин на бомбу ставит. Еба многоходовка, пиздец. Кэдин снова клатчмейстер. Кэдин уже под себя бомбу поставил.
Bit of an escape. They don't have a smoke, they don't have a Molotov or anything, so they can't really easily get rid of him. They have to straight up fight.
Кэдин уже под себя бомбу.
On their side. And when he's going to peek it over,
бля, Визи попал. 12-13. Это уже жаркая игра, это уже жарко, бля.
Feels like it can't have been much.
No, he just wallbanged him right there. That was such an interesting call from Cadian. He gave himself the opportunity to win the 1v2.
У Кэдина аж руки трясутся нахуй.
And this was just a nail biter of a round. Just so many kills going back and forth. Wow, Wiz. Okay, he killed 2 people in this round.
Хорош Вин Дизель попал.
That is some sharp shooting from the rookie coming out from Evil.
Последняя тактическая у героик.
I'm gonna say it. I had my doubts about this guy. He didn't blow me away all the time with what I was seeing in the ESL Challenger League, but what he's doing against Heroic right now, at least on this map, it's been impressive.
Yeah.
Especially given the stakes.
And you know, especially lacking the experience, right? This is on land playing, and you can see them right on the other side. You come very, very different kind of tension when you're playing at this level. Seems to be adapting super well right now. 12-13, but the fact is, you still can't let anything go here. You have to keep that level of focus. Wiz has to have another couple of rounds like that. Probably Automatic has to have a couple of rounds where you know, he's a little bit more careful with the ladder or whatever else is coming up. They need a couple more like this, and maybe EG could find their way home. Automatic, there's a good start to take down Shush. 4 and 5 advantage secured, and a little bit aggressive, but fair enough.
Yeah, holds on to the position. That's going to be tough for Heroic to deal with. That's a huge thorn in their side for the remainder of the round. If they don't ever clear Automatic or know that he left that spot, then they know that the rotation, the flanks, all open for the remainder. And Wiz, he wants to play support to Automatic. This is really nifty, actually. And in fact, it's Nealon throwing a flash from actually deep B to support that. That is some great teamwork, great macro elements coming into play for EG in this one, and Hex playing to block it. What is this?
Нормально, нормально, ебем. Это пиздец. Это просто пиздец.
They're loving it. That's what they needed so badly. They've tied up the scoreline now once again, and they're 3 rounds away from upsetting Heroic and shocking the entire league to start the whole season with. What a way to begin if you're EG. If you can do this right now, that would be, again, a dream start for them.
Yeah, this was such a comprehensive, strong team round coming out for Evil Geniuses. It felt like everybody had a chance to take a bite of Heroic, and they all were able to accomplish that. This is so frustrating if you're on the side of Heroic. You got stopped in 3 different places at the same time in the same round.
What's the... this could be a myth. I don't know. You know, if you're in prison, you have to, like, pick a guy, a fight against the toughest guy. That's what they're doing. I don't know if you spent much time in prison, Alex, but...
Not enough.
Not enough.
To learn the rules like that.
Well, EG are trying to demonstrate that for us right now.
Yeah.
I have to appreciate it. It's good.
No, I get it. I get what EG are going for. They're making sure that their presence is now felt in Blast.
Also puts them on the radar in a different way, which is very interesting to see how they handle. But that's where Warbar is going to be interesting to think about, because obviously I think.
Ебать, 13-13. Денег нету, это 14 лига.
You know, doing the research.
Yes. They've got a huge team behind them too. I saw their assistant coach in Mad Cow. He was hanging out with them. And all right, let's see though. It's gonna just be firepower in this round. Automatic. He has to step up. There's a couple players on this site with him, and it looks like they're just cleaning up, fine and dandy. Nothing to even.
Если телефон сдохнет, сорян. Да я один матч посмотрю. Я Astralis Виталити не буду. Ну, 2 раунда осталось, и пойду я нахуй.
Mechanical aim that we want to see. I don't really care how you get your aim warmed up on a map. Just try and do it, because you're almost there. You're almost the home stretch. 14-13. Heroic, they have to be worried right now. They don't have any more timeouts, do they? They've used all of them, I think.
I think you're right. This is a curious position to be in. Okay, we see some early nades coming out from Heroic. They're expending a lot of utility early on in this one, and they want to take over water. That is a point of emphasis for them here. Breeze understands that that's a one-way for Yabi. So doesn't actually just take the duel.
Геройки опять проебывают. Не опять основа. Спасибо, геройки. Блять. Ну это типичные датчане, блять.
Getting a little bit too curious. It's not just dangerous for the cats.
Anybody can fall victim. Just great off angle from automatic there.
Автоматик Тесса забрал. 4 в 4. Типа посадка нахуй. Бриз еще и бомбу выбил на воде. Ебать тайминг нахуй. Ебать тайминги, бля. Он герой, он Кэддина ждет с другой стороны, но здесь Сьюж проебался. Это проеб.
Go straight for the plan. There's no tricky secondary plan here. Yeah,
Breeze is already holding this.
Why not make sure that no one can sneak through? Cadian and Yabi, they need this 2-on-4 victory to maybe even start the series.
Как же все хуёво, как же у героиков все хуёво. Пиздец.
As they narrow it to 1 round. That's all they need.
This can't be happening, Anders. I'm gonna need you to pinch me. There's no way that EG can be on match point against the #1 team in the world. This team has been on the end of every single joke by so many different analysts. Even Freya took a jab actually on a podcast at EG, and yet they have a chance here.
I'll own up to. I'm pretty sure I've thrown some jokes their way as well. It was a community thing. Everyone had to get in.
It was a bonding experience to be part of the CSGO esports space. You had to get a joke in about EG, and yet they have a chance here to pull off the biggest upset possible in Blast.
And if you didn't get a joke in, your time might have been up. It might have been too late for you.
It's not coming back. You can't make jokes anymore about this team.
No, this is really, really something. 27 kills on Breeze. That is something to be hopeful for all on its own. Some of us have been waiting a real long time, I think since 2019, for Breeze to actually return to something that's worth talking about. And this right here certainly is. 15-13. And moving into the 29th round. We've got Heroic sneaking up.
Ну давайте уже проебывайте, все, нахуй.
They're not really aware where automatic is.
Не пойду я отсюда.
He's going to miss the shot, but again it draws all the attention and they have to be worried about the flank. Yabi's out there, and I think automatic is hearing the steps. He might know that Yabi's there already.
Ну а кто знал, что геройки так обосрутся? Я такого расклада вообще не ожидал. Не, от них все что можно угодно ожидать от геройков, нахуй. Я поэтому и перестал ставки делать, потому что хуй поймешь, кто выиграет, блять. Пиздец. Вот все, и тайминги, и позиционка. Геройки абсолютно по всему проебывают, блять. Вот даже гранаты залетают. Вот даже Тессас просто ключевую перестрелку проебывает. Просто. Чтобы, вот, даже здесь Сьюж тоже проебался. Абсолютно все проебываются. Хотя Кэддин состав нам дают по минусу 3 в 1 ситуация. Ну не, ГГ, все. Пиздец. Ебать, я вахаю. А времени на бомбы нет, диффуза нет, 15-4. А времени нет. Времени хуй. А времени-то хуй. А времени нету нихуя. Это пиздец. Это не матч, а цирк ебаных лошадей какой-то, блядь. ЕГЭ, бля, где диффузки ты, сука? Где диффуза? Ой, господи. 5 долбоебов играют, боже. Одни датчане, другие американцы, блядь. Ну, сука, даже, вот единственное, кто их может играть в КС, это СНГ команды, блядь. Все остальные долбоебы.
I don't know. He's possessed at this point in time. He's almost caught up to
Пиздец.
He was at 9 kills or something not that long ago. He was really not doing well. And now he's at 25. So maybe it's all good anyway.
I think this just has to be a B hit. I think Heroic have already chosen their fate. They only have 2 sets of utility left. They only have 2 smokes.
I wish we could call a timeout, Maui, just to figure out what on earth happened in the last round.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those great mysteries. Little proactive play from EG, and now Heroic, they're making their approach.
Минус Нексон, тут же Виза на размене. Блядь, все, Бризи. Тесса забрал одного, Нилан забрал. Тесса Кэддиан спалил Нилана. 2 в 1 ситуация. Да не, опять проебут в 16-14. 2 раза 16-14. Кэддиан, не, он не затащит нихуя. Чекайте. Это проеб. Проебал Кэддиан уже. И времени особо нет. И я так понимаю, ЕГЭ понимает, что это апленд. Ну да, и все, там понятно, там Кэддиан как слон ебаный топает нахуй. Хотя бомбу ставит, ладно, хорошо. Кэддиан ставит бомбу. Ну пизда ему. Не-не-не, живет, блядь. Нет! Проебали! Да проебали, лохи, какие же лохи, сука. Какой же, блядь, это пиздец. Ай, Кэддиан, ты лох ебаный. Когда ты, сука, на пенсию пойдешь, блядь, заебал уже. ЕГЭ, проебали ЕГЭ. Так хорошо начали Инферно. И так 2 раза к концу просто обосрались, блядь. 16-14, 2 раза подряд, ёбаный в рот. Боже, блядь, тупые, сука. Какой нахуй, короче, заебало это все. Ладно, спасибо всем, кто был на трансляции. Пойду я нахуй на этот цирк ебаных лошадей. Я смотреть больше не могу, нахуй. Я просто больше не могу на это говно смотреть. Ну какой же это бред, ёбаный ты в рот. Нахуй этот КС. Бля. Пиздец. Ладно, пойду завтра с основного канала подрублюсь. Я не хочу вторых датчан смотреть, нахуй. Я не хочу французов, я не хочу смотреть датчан. Ладно, спасибо всем за просмотр. А где мои баллы? Кстати, где мои баллы? 12 тысяч баллов. Изи.
And then I was like, wait, we lost. Never mind, all good.
You have a right to be excited though. This is the biggest win that
Давай,
have had.
какой-нибудь случайный смайлик.
What was starting to go well for you guys? Because after the first map,
поделиться новым смайликом.
I
У меня 12 тысяч баллов, нахуй. Тратим. Разблокировать смайлик, нахуй. О, смайлик G2, ебать. Нормально. Вот этот смайлик мне пойдет. Вот это я хочу. 11 тысяч баллов. Вы выиграли 11 тысяч баллов, да, заебись. Не знаю, я бы поставил на Виталити, я бы не ставил на Astralis.
And you were certainly bringing some of this NA hype, because I was hearing your voice all the way from the other side of the room here. You shouting down the opposition, you find that confidence now, mate?
Yeah, I mean, I do that just to hype up the team, really. I don't really mean any disrespect by it from the other team, so if they do, take that to heart, I'm sorry. Not really my fault, but that's what I can do.
Ладно, я пошел, короче. Всем пока, ребят.